Good morning, everyone. It's 10 o'clock, and I'd like to call the meeting of the California Veterinary Medical Board to order. To get started, I would like to request our executive officer to conduct the roll call.
Ms. Pulowski,
Here.
Dr. Bradbury,
Here.
Mr. Espinoza,
Here.
Dr. Maniak, Mayor Mitchell,
Here.
Dr. Solocito.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Before we start, I would like to do a land acknowledgement. The board would like to begin with this land acknowledgement as a formal recognition of the indigenous peoples whose ancestral lands we gather on today. We respectfully acknowledge the Nisenan, the Southern Maidu, Valley and Plains Miwok, and Patwin Winton peoples, as well as Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe, the Wilton Rancheria. These communities have stewarded this land for generations and continue to contribute to its cultural and social fabric. This acknowledgement reflects the board's ongoing commitment to fostering respectful relationships and collaboration with tribal nations on matters of mutual interest and concern. Now we will move on to the agenda item number 2, which is public comments on items not on the agenda. Before we open the floor for public comments on matters not listed on today's agenda, I'd like to remind participants that comments for this agenda and the succeeding discussions should not include discussion of pending complaints, licensing applications, or disciplinary actions that may come before the board in the future. Please also note that this public comment period is intended to provide information to the board members. It is not a forum for a dialogue between the public and the board. By law, board members may not engage in discussion or act on any issue raised during this time, except to decide whether to place the item on a future meeting agenda. Also, before we begin the public comment portion of our meeting, I'd like to take a moment to remind everyone to please be mindful of the words and tone you use when sharing your thoughts. We understand that issues discussed here may be deeply personal or frustrating, especially when we find ourselves on opposite sides of an issue. But even in disagreement, we ask that everyone engage respectfully. Let's aim for a dialogue that is constructive rather than contentious. Please remember that every process, discussion, and decision undertaken by this board is grounded in our mission to protect consumers and the animals in their care. That remains at the heart of all we do. We appreciate your cooperation and welcome your input. So at this time, I would like to invite any members of the public who are present in the room to come forward with comments on items not on the agenda.
And members, as a reminder, we did receive written public comment from a couple entities, and that is included and posted online as well.
Okay, thank you. If there are no in-person comments, I will now ask the moderator to open the line for any public comments from those participating remotely.
All right, this is the moderator at the direction of the board. We are going to go to public comment for items not on the agenda. If you would like to make a public comment, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio-only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and we do have a couple requests for public comment. I'm going to go in the order received. First, I have Carissa Jones. And Carissa, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Good morning, members of the Veterinary Medical Board. My name is Dr. Carissa Jones. I'm Chief Veterinarian of Orange County Animal Care, and I'm here today to respectfully urge the board to take a closer look at the importance of high-volume spay and neuter services and to consider updating existing regulations around surgical standards and setup requirements, particularly as they apply to MASH-type clinics and community-based events. As you know, pet overpopulation remains a critical issue across California. Every year, thousands of dogs and cats end up in shelters, and too many of them are euthanized due to a simple lack of space and resources. High-volume spay and neuter events have been shown to be one of the most effective tools in addressing this issue head-on, preventing unwanted litters, reducing shelter intake, and ultimately saving lives. These events are not just about volume, they're about access, equity, and public health. Many underserved communities do not have access to traditional veterinary services due to cost, transportation barriers, or clinic shortages. High-volume, mobile, spay and neuter events help close that gap, providing essential care where it's most needed, safely, efficiently, and compassionately. However, the current regulations can make it unnecessarily difficult to carry out these events. Outdated requirements around surgical suite setups, equipment redundancy, and facility type often fail to account for the proven safety protocols and success of mobile and match style operations. Many of these regulations were designed with brick and mortar practices in mind and don't reflect the capabilities of modern high volume teams, which are led by licensed, experienced professionals working within evidence-based guidelines. Let me be clear, I'm not advocating for the lowering of standards, but rather for the modernization of regulations to reflect current best practices, those already in place in other states, found ways to support high volume programs without compromising animal welfare. I urge the board to consult with veterinarians who specialize in shelter and community medicine, as well as with the nonprofit organizations that run these life-saving events. Let's collaborate to ensure the regulations strike the right balance, protecting animals while allowing for scalable, accessible, and sustainable care models that benefit both pets and people. Thank you for your time and your commitment to consumer protection and to the health and well-being of California animals.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, we'll move on to Emma Clifford. And Emma, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Good morning. Thank you to the California Veterinary Medical Board for this opportunity to speak. Animal Balance and the San Francisco SPCA have sent the board the packet of information that pertains to the request for an allowance for mobile animal sterilization hospitals, also known as MASH clinics, as an exemption to current regulatory requirements for surgical suites. Animal Balance is an international organization founded in 2004. Our veterinary teams provide high quality, high volume, vital spay and neuter services throughout the world and in the United States, including California. Using the MASH clinic model, Animal Balance has been able to consistently sterilize over 60 animals per day, or 200 over a 3-day clinic. Current California regulations require that surgery suites have walls and a closed door. This means that we cannot utilize buildings such as gymnasiums or community centers, which are one large room and found in every community across California. This is a huge barrier to access and affordable veterinary care for Californians, as these MASH clinics can be set up in any community and are designed to be inclusive, accessible, and affordable. To demonstrate to you that the MASH clinics are safe, Animal Balance current post-operative complication rate is 0.9%, and the infection rate is 0.1%. According to the Royal College of Veterinary Medicine, the average complication rate for spay-neuter surgeries is 2.6%. Additionally, a peer-reviewed article from the UC Davis in '88 reported a 2.5 infection rate. Why does California need more spay-neuter services? Because, as the board knows, there is a real crisis with respect to access to veterinary care, especially regarding California's hundreds of thousands of animals in our shelters who are in dire need of spay-neuter prior to adoption. The shelters and the supporting nonprofits are financially overwhelmed. 2, because the pet-loving community cannot afford regular vet prices for spays and neuters that range from $600 to a staggering $2,000 per surgery. 3, because one dog will have 2 litters of approximately 6 puppies per year. 4, because people want the service. The question is, can they afford it, or can they travel with their pets in order to get the animal sterilized? And 5, because it's the right thing to do. We respectfully request that review the information that we have sent and reach out to us with questions so that we can work together to make the exemption on the premise permit that would allow for MASH organizations to use one room for all activities. Thank you very much for taking time to listen and for reviewing our packet that we previously sent. Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Next, we'll move on to Laura Seal Barnes. And Laura, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Hi there. I am Dr. Laura Salbans. I am a owner of a general practice in Southern California, Riverside County. I'd like to just thank the chair and the board members for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to draw your attention to the growing crisis in California veterinary care. It's actually a national problem as well, but one that directly harms all of our consumers. The discriminatory pricing practices of major veterinary pharmaceutical companies like Zoetis, Elanco, BI, Merck, just to name a few. These companies give huge discounts in the range of 30 to 90% to large corporate-owned veterinary hospital chains, while they deny those same prices to the independently owned clinics. And I will add that those prices are given upfront. The only thing that independent owners can do is get rebates and things like that. That means that two clinics can order the exact same drug, but the corporation one gets it for half the price. Who pays the price difference? Well, unfortunately, it has to be the pet owners. Independent clinics are forced to pass those inflated costs onto their clients or absorb them at the expense of sustainability. Either way, the result's the same. Veterinary care becomes less accessible, less affordable, and less competitive for the public. This means that independent clinics aren't able to afford to support DVMs. It's not a private business matter, it's a public harm. These practices drive up the cost of pet care for millions of Californians. It reduces the consumer choice by pushing independent clinics out of business. It creates regional monopolies where only corporate hospitals will remain, and disproportionately affects rural and low-income communities that rely on independent providers. Under the California law, this kind of conduct appears to be illegal. The Cartwright Act prohibits business combinations that restrain trade. The Unfair Competition Law bans practices that are unfair to consumers. And the Robertson-Patman Act prohibits discriminatory pricing that harms market competition. The Veterinary Board has a clear public protection mission that doesn't end at clinical oversight. When corporations and manufacturers engage in pricing schemes that restrict access to care and inflate costs for the public, the board has a duty to investigate. I urge you to lead. Californians trust you not only to license veterinarians to protect their ability to access fair, ethical, and affordable care. Thank you so much.
All right, this is the moderator. It appears there are no further requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. And thank you very much for the folks that have participated. Okay, so we move on to item agenda number 3, which is the review and approval of the April board meeting minutes. Does anybody have any comments? Ms. Pawlowski?
I sent in one thing. That's it, because they do so well. They're doing an amazing job. So I sent it in already to Justin, and he should just.
Yeah, so Justin's sharing it on his screen right now. He's gonna show you. You see of was added to that sentence that's highlighted.
So can I make a motion to approve the meeting minutes
And I'll second.
As amended.
as amended?
Sorry, second.
Oh, now we open it up for public comment. Any public comment from the room? I see nobody is coming up. Moderator, could you open up the item agenda 3 for public comment for folks participating online?
All right, this is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment for agenda item 3, you can click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. I'll pause a moment to give people time to access that raise hand feature. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you so much. All right, so we move on to,
I gotta do the vote.
oh, I'm sorry.
Uh,
Now we go for a vote.
Ms. Pawlowski,
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury,
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza, Dr. Maniak,
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell,
I assume I recused since I wasn't at the meeting?
abstain.
Abstain?
Dr. Solcito,
Yes.
motion carries.
Now we move on to item agenda number 4, which is the report and update from the Department of Consumer Affairs.
See if I get this right. Everyone can hear me? Perfect. Well, good morning, board members. My name is Judy Bucciarelli from the Department of Consumer Affairs, Board and Bureau Relations, and it's my pleasure to provide the DCA update for you today. My first item is regarding Governor Newsom's reorganization plan. In January, Governor Newsom released his proposed 2025-26 state budget, which included a proposal to split DCA's oversight agency, the Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency, into 2 state agencies, the California Housing and Homelessness Agency and the Business and Consumer Services Agency. After public hearings and review by the Little Hoover Commission and the legislature, I am pleased to share that the governor's reorganization plan was enacted on July 5th. Again, the new Business and Consumer Services Agency will be responsible for consumer affairs, licensing, and enforcement, and the Department of Consumer Affairs would be among the 8 departments in this new agency. The 2 new agencies will officially become operative on July 1st, 2026. DCA will participate in multiple agency work groups on the logistics required to transition to the new agency and will continue to keep board and bureau leadership apprised throughout the year ahead. Next, I have an update on the hybrid telework transition. On March 3rd, Governor Newsom issued an executive order requiring all state agencies and departments to update hybrid telework policies for their employees and increase from 2 to 4 days in the office per week beginning on July 1st, 2025. At the end of June, agreements with several labor unions representing employees within the Department of Consumer Affairs were released, delaying the 4-day in-office requirement by 1 year. DCA continues to host biweekly meetings with board and bureau leadership to share information and answer questions. Next, I have a few travel updates and reminders. On June 9th of this year, the Department of Finance issued guidance for out-of-state travel in the upcoming fiscal year. Travel outside of California will be limited to essential travel that is required to conduct state business, meaning requests should only be made for mission-critical needs. DCA distributed a memo to all boards and bureaus on June 16th detailing the criteria for mission-critical travel, including but not limited to enforcement actions, revenue collection, statutory requirements, auditing, and litigation. Additionally, all requests must be provided to DCA's budget office 8 weeks in advance to allow for review by DCA, agency, and the governor's office. If there are any questions, please contact your assigned DCA budget analyst. We would also like to remind board members and staff of our collective responsibility to always work to minimize the costs to the state through responsible travel planning and scheduling. To best serve the public, it is incumbent upon all of us to ensure that we are being fiscally prudent in our decisions, especially when traveling for board business. DCA is reminding members and staff to evaluate if a rental car is always necessary versus ride-sharing services. Carpooling is also highly encouraged when renting vehicles. We know there may be new travel costs board members are experiencing as well, such as baggage charges, so please keep receipts to ensure that you can be reimbursed. If you have any questions regarding board member travel, please reach out to memberrelations@dca.ca.gov so we may assist you. This concludes this morning's DCA update. At this time, I'll turn the floor back to President Solicito, and I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Does any of the board members have any questions regarding the DCA updates? No? Okay, now we will open agenda item number 4 for public comment. Anybody in the room has any comment? I see nobody is coming up. So moderator, could you please open up agenda item number 4 for public comment for folks online?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment for agenda item 4, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can press *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Petrelli.
Oh, thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, so next on our list is agenda item number 5, which is the review, discussion, and possible action on the MDC report to be presented by the MDC Chair, Maria Saray. Morning.
Good morning. Bear with me for just a second. We had a busy day yesterday. Okay. Our meeting was called to order at 10 o'clock a.m. We didn't receive any public comment on items that were not on the agenda. The April 15, 2025 meeting minutes were reviewed and approved with minor amendments. I gave a committee chair report updating the MDC on the board's feedback and decisions from the report that was given at the April 16th board meeting. That was followed by a report by the RVT subcommittee, which I will cover in greater detail in agenda items 5B and 5C. The inspection subcommittee presented drafts of the self-evaluation checklists and asked for feedback from the committee. I will present this information in agenda item 5D. The Complaint Process Audit Subcommittee gave an overview of consultant and expert case reviews from February 2025 through April 2025. During this timeframe, consultants reviewed 121 cases, of which 57 were closed by staff as no violation, 12 were closed with an educational letter, 6 had to be closed due to insufficient evidence, and 46 were determined to need a full expert review. This represents a 20% increase in the number of cases reviewed since the prior consultant roundtable, with a 12% decrease in no violation closures, similar educational and insufficient evidence closures, and more than double the number of referrals to an expert. Since the prior consultant roundtable, the number of cases pending consultant review decreased slightly from the previous quarter, with 898 cases pending review, comprised of 724 respondents. In that same timeframe, experts reviewed 159 cases, of which 46 were closed as no violation, 30 were closed with an educational letter, 7 were cited or prepped for citation against 6 respondents, and 74 were transmitted to the Attorney General's Office for disciplinary action against 12 respondents. This marks a 26% increase in reviews since the prior roundtable, with over 50% more no violation closures, similar educational and insufficient evidence closures, a third of the citations issued, and over 40% more cases transmitted to the Attorney General's Office. There are 656 cases made up of 440 respondents waiting for a written expert review. A consultant roundtable was held on May 21st, and a quarterly expert roundtable was held on May 22nd. During these roundtables, a variety of topics were covered to provide guidance. The subcommittee also reviewed 4 finalized cases involving 4 respondents to identify areas of praise and opportunities for improvement to relate to the experts who opined on the cases. At their June 6th subcommittee meeting, they received an update on Strategic Plan Objective 3.3 aimed at tracking the types of complaints submitted to the board. This is still in process with the Breeze team. During the roundtables, the subject of the accepted standard of care in specific scenarios versus regulation was discussed. It was determined that further discussion with the MDC regarding potential changes was needed. The subcommittee presented 2 topics of discussion to the committee to determine whether a regulatory change should be pursued to address these topics. The first was whether the VCPR should be condition specific. The second dealt with clinic staff signing on behalf of treating veterinarians and whether the type of signature made a difference. The signature scenario was tabled for discussion during the CDFA subcommittee report, as CDFA brought forth a similar topic. One such scenario for the question of whether the VCPR should be condition specific was the following. A veterinarian examined and administered vaccinations to a healthy dog at its annual wellness visit. 4 months later, the dog's owners called the clinic, reporting that their dog had diarrhea for 4 days, despite a bland diet. They state the dog is eating normally, not vomiting, and has normal energy levels. The veterinarian doesn't have an opening in his schedule for 8 days and recommends the client drop off a fecal sample, which comes back positive for Giardia. The veterinarian calls the owner to discuss the results and fills a prescription for fenbendazole to be administered to the dog for the client to pick up. Is this a violation of the Veterinary Medicine Practice Act, as a valid VCPR was not established for the Giardia and the VCPR is condition specific? When this question was posed to the roundtables, all of the veterinarians agreed that they would be okay filling this prescription, even though a new VCPR for the diarrhea was not established. Thus, the standard of care was established. A robust conversation followed. It was pointed out that we are one of only 2 states that require a condition-specific VCPR, with the other being Oregon. There was no consensus on the MDC as to whether or not the VCPR should be condition-specific. During public comment, Dr. Miller from CVMA said that they view the condition-specific VCPR as one of the biggest things affecting access to care, and hinted that later this year, CVMA will be discussing the possibility of introducing legislation to address this. He doesn't believe that any wording in the Practice Act would need to be changed to interpret 4826.6 A2 and B more broadly. He stated that the authority needs to be put back in the hands of the doctors to decide what requires to be seen and what doesn't based on previous history with the animal. Nancy Ehrlich of CARFTA agreed with Dr. Miller and stated that this was how they used to practice when she first entered the field. She was confused about why the VCPR changed to become condition-specific and agreed that lowering fees for clients was important. Ms. Sieferman provided some clarification on where this interpretation came from. I don't know if you want to pause at this point and discuss that.
I think it would be worth like a discussion. So I would like to open the floor for the board to opine on this.
I would love to hear Ms. Sieferman's discussion of where it came from, since that's where we stopped.
So I just provided clarification of where in the statute because it referenced the animal's medical condition, which is singular and referenced the medical condition. But that interpretation has been carried over for the last several years before me. And so, I mean, that's just what it says. And for a while, I think, especially during the telemedicine discussions, that was all in agreement with that. It was condition specific. So the question was raised to the MDC and also to this board is, should that be something that should continue that it be condition specific, or should we make changes to the statute that is clear it's not condition specific?
Thank you. I agree with Dr. Miller. The CVMA's interpretation. I think that there needs to be a time limit, though. If we were to do something like that, perhaps, a yearly establishment of contact or with a physical exam. I personally, as an internist, have had many cases that I'm treating one condition and very in-depth care and consideration of that. And there's other things that are going on and the people call. And, I think that doctors can determine when they have to be seen and when they don't.
I agree. I think it comes down to standard of care versus the letter of the law, black and white. And I started thinking about it as, well, if the letter of the law trumps the standard of care, then almost there's no need then for expert witnesses, because we're going strictly by black and white text. And so, we go through vet school and professional education, and then we learn standard of care through that. And I think that should be the bar that sets the standard for how we practice in the state.
well, I started to say this yesterday, but our conversation got so carried away, we finally stopped. In that, and I agree with Dr. Maniak in that there's the Practice Act and then there's standard of care. And I think we're in a phase where there's this change and in evolution in how we practice. And we talked about spectrum of care yesterday, and that there's the way the law is written, and then there's the way standard of care is. And we're in this change right now, and standard of care is changing. And we just we haven't quite moved to where we are yet, where we need to be. And so we're kind of in limbo. And so I do agree that things need to change, and we just need to make sure that we catch up, because it's hard. It's hard. Everything's changing. But I also agree that it worked. Everybody was in agreement during telemedicine. Everybody agreed. We were all on the same page, but now we need to move together because things change. And so I think we just need to all be on the same page.
Yeah, and I think that the example provided with the dog with diarrhea that had been seen as a, healthy puppy, had the vaccines, I think that would actually harm the consumer and the patient by not being able to be seen for 8 days or requiring them to have to go to an emergency clinic, which has exorbitant fees. So when our purpose is consumer and patient protection, it's not protecting them by hindering that.
That was one of the comments that was brought up during the roundtable by one of the subject matter experts, even though the subject matter experts during the roundtable had all agreed they would do the same thing. They also said that they know of some veterinarians who would not because they don't want to violate the law. And that's when I raised it. Well, then we have an issue where you have standard of care that is conflicting with the statute, and perhaps we need to reevaluate the statute itself.
I guess, especially for practitioners, I guess we are all in agreement that, whatever, there are things like the standard of care sometimes needs to be seen differently based, comparing it to how the law is written. And I can clearly remember the discussions we had, that we were so concerned about placing guardrails with regards to telemedicine. And that is why we were very specific about it to be for condition specific. And now that this is being brought to our attention, I guess it is worth looking into and reevaluating how we could broaden our view of the VCPR.
So do we send it back to the MDC to reevaluate?
Yeah.
That'd be up to the board. If you want to continue with this, you can punt it to the MDC and have them
Yeah.
reevaluate it.
I think it needs to go back, because I don't think it's something that we can just look at right now and say, oh, here's how we want it, because we know that doesn't work.
Should we get public comment on this?
Sure.
Just
Yes.
to-
All right, so okay, we would like to open the floor for public comment. Any public comment from the room? Okay, no public comment from the room. So moderator, could you please open it up for public comment for folks online? Thank you.
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on item 5A, you can click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. And it looks like we do have a request from Nancy Ehrlich. And Nancy, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Hello, this is Nancy Ehrlich with the California Registered Veterinary Technicians Association. I might be the only one who's old enough to have been around when the VCPR was defined differently. It used to be that the veterinarian was expected to examine the animal once a year to maintain the VCPR, and that worked very well for our practice. We were able to, the technician would be able to see the animal for a particular simple problem because the animal had been examined by the veterinarian. or a situation like this one where the client calls and you can send medication home because you know the animal. It was a surprise to all of us when this VCPR was redefined, and I don't recall there being any sort of justification for it, other than there was a new legal counsel who made a new interpretation. And if we read the actual laws and regulations, nothing in them says that the animal has to be examined every time prior to administering any sort of treatment. So I urge you to go back to what worked for most of the life of the Veterinary Medical Board, that the VCPR be maintained for 1 year. And that would be my position. Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you very much. So is there a motion?
You don't need a motion. Just send it back.
Okay, so I guess we will be asking the MDC to continue working on this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda was an update from the Complaint Audit Subcommittee. In May, they met with UC Davis students to discuss spectrum of care, laws, and the VCPR. They plan on giving a similar talk at a local VMA in September. Current focus for the subcommittee has been on unlicensed activity at dog shows, especially as it relates to reproductive services. This is still in the investigation and research phase, but they would like to address it by providing informational materials geared towards consumers. The last report of the day was the California Department of Food and Agriculture Subcommittee report. They met with CDFA last Friday. CDFA brought up an issue that they were having with signatures on their veterinary feed directives. So while following up on VFDs that were flagged for errors, they discovered some that had not been authorized by a veterinarian and contained fraudulent or forged signatures. This brought up the question about what kind of signatures are acceptable, as well as what kind of signatures are compliant with 21 CFR 11. Do we have access to that chart today that we had yesterday?
Justin, are you able to share that again?
Thank you. While he's looking for that, I can give a little more context. CDFA had reached out to FDA for guidance on signatures since VFDs are federal law, but they also wanted to discuss this with the board in case they decide that either outreach or legislation is necessary. They emphasize that they do not want to make more work for veterinarians, but that they also want to ensure that they're protecting both the veterinarians and the food supply. So this was related to the question that was posed to the MDC during the complaint process audit subcommittee discussion, where a relief veterinarian had worked at a practice where it was policy for a non-veterinarian to authorize prescriptions on behalf of the veterinarian. This veterinarian's name was signed on a prescription that they did not authorize. So the chart there shows some examples that CDFA gave us of signature types and whether or not they're 21 CFR 11 compliant. And the question that was posed was, do we need guidance on what kind of signature is acceptable? Discussion on this topic brought up the fact that every type of signature can be forged and that major purchases such as buying a home can be done by simply typing your name. Dr. Nunez pointed out that veterinarians currently have an exemption from the requirement to submit prescriptions to pharmacies electronically and cautioned that if we make changes, this might bring that discussion up again. MDC members were curious as to what other boards and professions are doing. Mr. Sieferman had already reached out to the medical board, but as of the meeting date had not received a reply.
Any comments from board members with regards to this item?
This was another item that I thought that should remain with the MDC because I feel that personally, there's so much information we have no idea about with signatures. We talked about the practice management software that hospitals use, veterinary hospitals use, that signatures are in. And, you know, Dr. Waterhouse mentioned that she bought a house with the one that says no. And so we are very concerned about just looking at this and saying, oh, we approve, but we don't really have information or background, and so felt that the MDC should be researching these before we just go and approve any of these.
Shouldn't it just be standard across all professions? Why are we even touching this? Forging of signatures is an internal issue of any personal, business, et cetera. And I don't think we should touch it at all.
I agree because I have a relief veterinarian that we have a contract that stipulates the limitation of the use of signatures. And I agree, this would be what you call this, agreements between veterinarians whenever they do work, you know, and also internal hospital policies of giving permission to non-licensees using a veterinarian signature. Again, because it's too broad, that's why I'm a little confused because just like Dr. Waterhouse had said, we buy stuff with just electronic, signatures. And according to this guideline, it's not acceptable. So, Dr. Bradbury, yes.
I don't see how we can't accept electronic signatures in this day and age. So I agree with what's already been said. This is, to me, a non-issue. It's more if if somebody's forging a signature that's illegal, like for the CDFA, and then if it's within a company, it's the practices issue, like an internal issue.
But if the FDA is not going to accept it, then how are we, that's my concern. That's my concern if we got to find out if the FDA, and that's why I said send it back.
So just a little bit of clarification from the subject matter expert roundtable. They were discussing the instances. We did have a case where it was forgery, where that we can deal with. But the discussion came about of what is acceptable and what's not, and the subject matter experts themselves were split on what is okay and what not. Not so much of the electronic signature piece, but who's authorized to sign your name. So there were some were saying as long as they know about it, they're okay with using the stamp, they're okay with having them do the electronic signature. But when it came to allowing someone else to sign your name, hand sign it, they were not okay. And others were saying that was the same thing. So there was a lot of confusion on what was acceptable, what's not within the practice. And so they started asking, well, what are the legal requirements? But that goes across the board because it does impact all professions, not just healing arts, but also non-healing arts. So I have reached out to the Medical Board of California to see if they've ever had this issue come up. I did mention in my at the meeting yesterday that at my prior boards, I was at architects board and optometry, so a non-healing arts and healing arts. And because the laws were silent on the type of signature, we just accepted it as long as there is a signature. But again, when those laws were written, you didn't have the option of an electronic or other means. So I think at the very least, if I think there's some confusion out there of what's acceptable and what's not, and especially with the fact that some of these, if the FDA says they are in violation of federal law, I think our licensees should know about it. So it might be just asking the MDC to research this further and make recommendations, and that could either be changing a law or developing outreach materials to educate them on the signatures. So.
Any other comments? No. Okay, I guess.
So would you like this to go to the MDC, or do you not want them to even look at it?
Maybe we would wait for the response from the medical board, right? Because that was not provided to the MDC at the time of the meeting. So maybe we return it back to MDC for one final review so that they could make a proper recommendation of how
So
to
you are wanting them to look at it. Okay.
further. Yes.
Okay. Good.
Right.
My view would be if we're sending it back to the MDC, it would be strictly for the purpose of outreach.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Consensus?
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
Do we?
You probably should.
Well, it depends for me, no, because it depends on what information they get. I guess it's not just for outreach, it would be depending on what information they get, where do they go from there?
Wouldn't that be a recommendation that the MDC would come up with based on what
Yeah,
information?
I mean, the
you-
goal, yes, would
Right.
be, I would hope that it would be outreach, yes.
I hope so too.
That's my goal, but. So, yes.
Okay. All right, now we open the floor for public comment with regards to the item discussed. Any public comment from the room? No. So moderator, could you please open up the item for public comment for folks online?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, thank you. And now we continue with the MDC updates.
Okay, thank you. CDFA also gave the subcommittee an update on community blood banks. They currently account for 5% of the blood products. All 3 community blood banks did re-register and are still viable. While there are no new blood banks, there has been a recent inquiry from a premises that is interested. Lastly, we discussed future agenda items. There are currently no specific pending action items, but subcommittees are still working on pending outreach materials. Things that we may see in the future include recommendations to close loopholes for drug diversion, the potential to review medical records requirements again, and the VCPR and signature discussions that occurred today. Following that, the meeting was adjourned. And so that's what I have for the general update, besides the items that I'll go into detail more in the next agenda items.
Anybody has comments with regards to the last update? No? Okay, yes, we can proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Agenda item 5B, discussion and possible action to amend AB 1502. So the MDC was tasked with reviewing Practice Act statutes and supporting regulations related to approving RVT educational programs, as well as other RVT educational accreditation and approval bodies, to determine whether the board's role in the approval process should be reduced or eliminated. As part of the review, the subcommittee identified a new RVT issue related to out-of-state applicants. BPC Section 4841.5 provides 3 education pathways for applicants to obtain RVT registration. The statute does not authorize any individual to obtain an RVT registration without completing education. However, CCR Title 16, Section 2068.6 provides a pathway for RVTs licensed, certified, or registered in another state to obtain RVT registration in California solely through clinical experience. To maintain out-of-state license reciprocity, the subcommittee recommended placing the regulation in statute and clearly identifying the experience-only pathway for RVT applicants licensed in another state. At the board's April 2023 meeting, the board approved the legislative proposal, which was discussed as a new issue in the board's 2025 sunset review. The legislative proposal to amend BPC Section 4841.5, which also proposed requiring graduation from a college or other post-secondary institution accredited by the AVMA rather than approved by the board, was included in the board sunset bill as AB 1502. The subcommittee also was tasked with evaluating the RVT registration pathways and making recommendations to the MDC and ultimately the board related to whether the combination of practical experience and education set forth in CCR Title 16, Section 2068.5 should continue to be deemed the equivalent of a 2-year curriculum in animal health technology. The subcommittee presented its recommendations to the MDC at its April 2025 meeting. The subcommittee noted that CCR Title 16, 2068.5 Subdivision G requires the directed clinical practice to have provided the RVT applicant with knowledge, skills, and abilities in specified categories and requires the supervising veterinarian to complete a checklist attesting to the applicant's proficiency in specific skill areas within the categories. One of the subcommittee's recommendations was to eliminate the checklist requirement and instead trust the professional judgment of the licensed veterinarian supervisor attesting to the applicant's knowledge, skills, and abilities in each category. During that meeting, the MDC asked the subcommittee to compare the board's current registered veterinary technician task list, proof of experience, to the AVMA's Center for Veterinary Education, Veterinary Technology Student Essential Recommended Skills List. Give me for just a second. I think I skipped something here. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. While reviewing the checklist and Title 16, Section 2068.5, the subcommittee realized the proposed amendments to BPC Section 4841.5 shown in the April 30, 2025 version of AB 1502 do not adequately capture the board's intent as discussed in previous meetings. Upon further review, the subcommittee recommends additional amendments to BPC Section 4841.5. Due to the legislative committee hearing deadlines, the MDC and the board would not meet until after the last policy committee hearing on AB 1502. To ensure the amendments made it into the bill, the executive committee submitted the proposed amendments on the board's behalf, and the additional amendments were added to the bill on June 25th, 2025. The board will need to ratify the following proposed amendments at this meeting. The first amendment is to BPC Section 4841.5, Subdivision A4A, which is to add AVMA and strike or the equivalent thereof as determined by the board, as well as add BPPE. So it would read 4, furnish satisfactory evidence of one of the following. A, graduation from, at minimum, a 2-year curriculum in veterinary technology in a college or other post-secondary institution accredited by the American Veterinary Medical Association or the equivalent thereof as determined by the board, in parentheses, AVMA. In the case of private post-secondary institution, the institution shall also be approved by the Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education, in parentheses BPPE. Proof of graduation shall be confirmed through electronic means or direct submission from the college, other post-secondary institution, or the American Association of Veterinary State Boards, AAVSB. The subcommittee is concerned that leaving or the equivalent thereof, as determined by the board, may be interpreted to apply to an equivalent accrediting entity rather than the equivalent of a 2-year curriculum. CCR Title 16, Section 2068.5 currently references this language to define the alternate pathway. However, the subcommittee believes the alternate pathway specified in 2068.5 should be tied to BPC Section 4841.5, Subdivision A4B, a combination of education and clinical practice experience as determined by the board. The second amendment is to BPC Section 4841.5, Subdivision A4B, to add all education shall be accredited by AVMA or the Accrediting Commission for the Community and Junior Colleges or approved by BPPE. The MDC and the board agreed to remove the board's authority to approve educational programs because the other oversight entities provided adequate student protection. However, these entities were not specified in the statute. The subcommittee recommends adding a clarifying statement that all education shall be accredited or approved by one of the oversight entities. The third amendment is to BPC Section 4841.5, Subdivision A5B, which strikes clauses 1 and 2 from Subdivision A5B. These clauses were proposed to be added because they reflect current requirements for alternate pathway candidates under 2068.5. However, this out-of-state pathway for RVT registration was not intended to mirror the alternate pathway. Instead, it was intended to mirror the license reciprocity requirements for veterinarians who passed the national examination over 5 years from the date of submitting their application, but who have practiced clinical veterinary medicine in another state, Canadian province, or United States territory prior to filing the license application as specified. Submitting proof of 2,500 clinical practice hours is one of 3 ways to demonstrate a veterinarian license applicant's continued competence. Veterinarians who attest to their practice hours often have been practicing in another state for well over 5 years and decide to practice in California. They are not required to have a supervisor attest to a list of proficient skill areas as if they were entering practice for the first time. Similarly, RVTs who utilize this reciprocity pathway likely have been practicing in another state for well over 5 years. They should not be subject to more strict requirements than those required for veterinarians. It was brought up during the discussion of this item that the PAVE program no longer exists, and the recommendation was made to remove that option. It was determined that it is too late in the process to include that now. However, that can be put in a committee bill to clean up later. During public comment, Dr. Miller from CVMA expressed concern about removing a proficiency checklist for reciprocity, since what RVTs are allowed to do in each state varies. Therefore, we cannot assume that they all possess the same skills. The subcommittee, as well as the MDC, were concerned that it would limit RVTs coming into the state and create further workforce issues. We were reminded that if using the alternate pathway, they would still have to attest to skills. All applicants must have education, and this is discussing those who have had education and passed the BTNE. It was pointed out that ultimately it is up to the supervising veterinarian to determine what tasks the RVT can and cannot do based on proficiency. That layer of supervision provides protection despite the difference in RVT training and tasks from state to state. If the board agrees with these recommendations, please entertain a motion that the board ratify the proposed amendments to BPC Section 4841.5 in the June 25th, 2025 version of AB 1502.
Okay, any comments from the board members? Thoughts?
Motion.
Hmm?
Motion.
Or a motion?
Everybody has a comment.
I have
I'm waiting for,
yeah, I mean, this has already been done, right? So it's not really, that's kind of why I don't really have many comments, because this has already been done, correct?
It's currently in 1502, yes.
Okay, well then there's not that much point in discussing it, right?
If you had concerns, we can request changes. I don't know if they'll make it into 1502, but we could always try to do an omnibus bill to change it later
Okay.
if you had concerns.
Okay, the first concern I had was with PAVE, and this was actually from before. The AAVSB isn't providing PAVE, correct?
For RVTs,
Right.
that's no longer a pathway. So that's not in 1502. The current language is not being changed in 1502. So if we want to strike that, then we can, when they do omnibus bills, which they do every year, we can request that they strike that as part of the cleanup language.
Okay, because it is in this. I agree with the representation by Dr. Miller about the checklist. I think that would be important. I think it's also very helpful for the veterinarians to know what they're expected to be vouching for. And yeah, so that would be my main concerns there.
So to clarify too, the what the veterinarians are vouching for, that still remains for anyone who's going through the alternate pathway. So for the way that it was written prior to the amendments being put in, you would have the RVTs who graduated from an accredited pathway, or so an accredited degree, if they had passed the exam, so they're practicing their state, if they passed the exam over 5 years ago, in order to get licensed in here, they would then, even though they are accredited for degree, so we don't require current RVT applicants, if they graduate from an accredited degree, to go through and get the checklist done by their supervisors. That's not a requirement for them, but we would, the way that was worded, it would be required for them to then go back after they've been practicing in another state and had passed the exam, to then go back and get a supervisor to attest to the proficiencies of it, even though they have graduated from an accredited degree.
But isn't this for those who took the exam over 5 years from the date of submitting?
Yes, so that's related to the exam piece, but the first part was the different pathways of education. So you could have the individuals who graduated from an accredited degree, have been practicing in another state, but take the exam over 5 years ago. You would, the way it was required, they would have to go back to their supervisors and get that proficiency check off, which is not a current requirement in law.
And why is it bad to have them do that?
So, well, one, it's not a current requirement that we mandate that they get this proficiency checklist if they graduated from an accredited degree. And so you would be adding a requirement on there with not a lot of rationale as far as what the consumer protection need is, because it isn't in current existence for it. So if you want to have it on there, it's adding another requirement on, and we would just want to justify why that's there.
Okay, thanks.
These amendments are now before the Appropriations Committee, amendments that the Business and Professions Committee made on July 1st. Is that?
Yeah, so they are currently in the bill, these amendments.
Okay.
but we were asking for the board to ratify them.
I'm confused because the legislature's already moving ahead with these. They're now in appropriations, and then if it makes out appropriations, then they'll be a floor vote, right? It's kind of,
Right.
we don't have any control at this point over.
Right, because how the legislature moves is faster than when we meet. And so there's times where we're not going to have enough time to meet. And so the executive committee has authority to act on behalf of the board when it comes to the legislation to make sure that things that still move.
I'm sorry to belabor this, but why was this put in there in the first place if we didn't think it was important?
Because there was a confusion of why it was put in, and it was equivalent to the alternate pathway requirements. But this specific issue was not supposed to be related to the alternate pathway. Because if you have individuals who didn't go through their credit degree, whether they passed the exam 5 years ago or passed it yesterday, they would still have to go through the alternate pathway. This was not a they were supposed to be looked at as separate issues, but at that time there were so many other amendments that were put in. It was an oversight that it should never have been put in there. That wasn't the intent of the subcommittee, and I know Christy was on the subcommittee to be put in there. It shouldn't have been placed in there.
Okay, thank you.
And so everybody knows, Leah was on the subcommittee with me, Leah Schufelt, and we did meet about this issue several times. Leah and I talked about it at length. And then, of course, the executive committee being me and Dr. Solocito. So this was something that we talked about. We did not just take it lightly. So it was, and I want to make sure that you all know that Leah and I met as well. So we spoke about it as well.
Yeah, it's just that we've read over this multiple times under multiple conditions and thought it was a good idea. And then now we're saying it's not. And I understand.
One of the subcommittee members brought up, not subcommittee, one of the MDC members yesterday also raised the topic about supervision and how for a veterinarian, they're always going to provide that supervision for the RVTs. And so they felt like it wasn't a real consumer protection need to require this new process for all applicants. We need a motion.
All right. Any further comments? No, if not, is there a motion?
So I will make a motion that the board ratify the proposed amendments to BPC section 4841.5 in the June 2025 version of AB 1502.
I second the motion.
Okay, now we open it up for public comment. We have a public comment from the room.
Good morning, Grant Miller, California Veterinary Medical Association. Thank you, Dr. Bradbury, for your comments. Yesterday, I shared the similar concerns that you had, which was if it was there and we were thinking down that pathway, I wanted to make sure that there was some thoughtful discussion surrounding why we would take it out. But after hearing the MDC speak yesterday, it does make sense that a lot of these RVTs have gone to school. Some of them have done an alternate pathway in their state, but they have all passed a licensing exam, and then also they are under the oversight of the veterinarian. And so that seems satisfactory to me to agree that in this one specific circumstance, the checklist isn't necessary. So, but thank you for bringing that up again today. I think it's important for everyone to understand the nuances in what we're doing with each of these different groups of people. Thank you.
All right, thank you, moderator. Now, can you please open up the line for participants who are online?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. And it looks like I do have a request from Nancy Eierlich. Nancy, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
I agree that there is no need for this checklist since these people are already licensed and have been practicing. So it's very different from someone who is just applying for the first time. So I agree with that. no requirement for the checklist. Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. So now we vote on the motion that's on the floor.
Ms. Pulowski,
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury,
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza,
Yes.
Dr. Maniak,
Yes.
Dr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Dr. Solocito,
Yes.
motion carries.
All right. And now we continue with the MDC updates.
Okay, agenda item 5C, recommendation to initiate a rulemaking to amend CCR Title 16, Section 2068.5 regarding practical experience in education as equivalent curriculum for registered veterinary technicians. The MDC RVT Education Subcommittee reviewed the current registration pathways for RVTs and recommended repealing an out-of-state pathway that did not require educational qualifications. The board agreed at its January 2025 meeting and voted to repeal that pathway and initiate a rulemaking. Additionally, during the January 14th MDC meeting, the subcommittee raised concerns related to the educational and clinical experience components in 2068.5. The subcommittee's concerns were presented to the board at its January 2025 meeting, and the board authorized the MDC to evaluate this regulation closer to consider whether the qualified instructor criteria is adequate for consumer protection, to review the number of required clinical practice experience hours, and to review whether the combination of practical experience and education set forth in 2068.5 could be improved. At the April 2025 meeting, the subcommittee recommended and the MDC agreed that the board should initiate a rulemaking to amend this regulation to address concerns related to qualified instructors, the number and location of required clinical practice hours, and the supervising veterinarian's license and attestation requirements. Neither the subcommittee nor the MDC recommended to reduce the existing education hours. The MDC recommendations were presented to the board during its April meeting. During the meeting, the board agreed with the amendments to address the concerns related to qualified instructors, the number and location of required clinical practice hours, and the supervising veterinarian's license and most license and attestation requirements. However, the board raised concerns with eliminating the reference to a checklist for supervising veterinarians to complete. While the board understood the concerns the MDC raised with the current courtesy registered veterinary technician task list proof of experience checklist, the board determined that supervising veterinarians needed more guidance in assessing proficiency. The board requested the MDC consider and compare the current checklist with the AVMA Center for Veterinary Education Accreditation Veterinary Technology Student Essential and Recommended Skills List. Since the April meeting, the subcommittee met multiple times to discuss the checklist and additional regulatory amendments that were necessary. Ultimately, the subcommittee determined the CVTEA skills list was similar to the categories currently listed in 2068.5 subsection G. However, the subcommittee does not believe specifically listing all identified tasks and decision-making abilities is necessary for the purposes of the checklist. Instead, the specific tasks and decision-making abilities should be left to the professional judgment of the supervising veterinarian. As such, the subcommittee recommends 2068.5 be amended to more closely align with CVTEA's categories as seen in the attached memo. A few notes on the amendments listed. On page 2, the subcommittee did not include CVTEA's skill to follow and uphold applicable laws and the veterinary technology profession's ethical codes to provide high-quality care to patients. This is because laws vary state by state, and it would be challenging for supervising veterinarians and RVT applicants to know which state laws are applicable and which are not. There is also no statutory requirement for veterinarians or RVTs to follow and uphold the profession's ethical codes. On page 4, there's a note regarding CVTEA's 9th category requirement. It requires avian, exotic, and small mammals procedures. The skill also specifies students understand the approach to providing safe and effective care for birds, reptiles, amphibians, guinea pigs, hamsters, gerbils, and ferrets. However, alternate pathway RVTs may not be exposed to all those mammal types in everyday clinical practice. In addition, avian, exotic, and small mammal procedures are included in the national examination, so the RVT applicants will already demonstrate knowledge in these areas. Requiring an RVT applicant to gain practice experience in those specified mammal types may require them to seek employment elsewhere if their current place of employment does not treat those mammals. This would place an unnecessary burden on the RVT applicant. It also goes beyond the current requirement for alternate pathway applicants. Public comment during the meeting from Dr. Miller of CVMA recommended removing item 8, which this note refers to, as this excludes large animals. If we strike 8, it will open up items 1 to 7 to all species, as nothing specific will be called out. The MDC agreed that item 8 should be removed to cover all species, so an updated version of this proposed regulatory language was emailed to the board last night. The subcommittee notes CBTEA's skills list includes a laboratory animal procedures category. However, similar to the note for the subsection F8, RBT applicants gaining clinical practice experience will not have access to laboratory animals used in animal research. The subcommittee does not believe this is an essential skill to demonstrate minimum competency to become an RVT, and it is not a current requirement for alternate pathway applicants. As such, the subcommittee does not recommend including this category in the checklist. In addition, the subcommittee recommends amending 2068.5 to move the checklist requirement to a new subsection G, make minor clarifying changes to that provision, and requiring minimal information regarding the applicant and supervising veterinarian. The subcommittee created a courtesy checklist for supervising veterinarians to complete, which is attachment 2. However, the board would accept any checklist that includes the required information listed in 2068.5 new subsection F. So if the board agrees with the recommendations, there are some actions listed at the bottom of the memo.
Okay, any comments from board members? And I guess this is with regards to the removal of the items with regards. Yeah, okay. Dr. Bradbury.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you to the MDC for going back and looking at this and doing that. Because I think this is really important. I just had a question about the, let's see here, we're at F1B, I guess, where the subcommittee didn't include the follow and uphold applicable laws. And the idea behind that was because laws vary by state, but aren't we talking about California here? So.
No, this could be any state that they're getting it in. So if you recall, there was the package that the board had voted to repeal the out-of-state registrant as equivalent, but by doing that, because the education in the current requirement was specific to California, they would no longer have a pathway to apply here. And so it was essentially because California was removed in this package. So now it applies to all states.
Okay. And so how are we ensuring that RVTs that are, or people who are applying under this pathway know California?
So current law, the RBTs don't have a law exam. None
Right.
of them do. So if you want to add that as a requirement, the board can seek legislation to add it. But currently, regardless of whether they're practicing in California or outside of California, no RVT applicants are required to have a law exam.
Yeah. Okay, that just, it made me think about it, this statement here that they may be coming without any idea of what our regulations. Christy?
There's no veterinarian, but it's not required for veterinarians either.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, veterinarians have the veterinary law exam.
Oh, that's right. I'm like thinking, yeah, I wasn't.
Okay, and then thank you for taking out the that one 8. I had that as well. And then the final comment I had or suggestion is at the end there is the just space for one veterinarian. And I think most people, when doing these clinical practice hours, will have more than one veterinarian overseeing things. So I just didn't know if, yes.
Yeah, so and that was one of the discussions too, is that you could have multiple veterinarians who are supervising, and they might only have experience supervising over a couple of the categories and not all. So the thought is each supervising veterinarian would fill out their own form and attestation, and then so there'd be multiple veterinarians who are doing it, which is why in G we put the S in parentheses, because it could be singular or plural.
Okay, and then they would just check off the things that they did, sign that, and so there's
Exactly.
probably going to be multiple forms.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Any further comments? Okay, now we open the agenda item for public
Can we
comment.
potentially have a motion first before we do
Oh,
that?
sorry.
I can make a motion.
There's a
I just have
motion,
to
okay.
pull it up. Where is the language?
The bottom of page 4.
There we are. Okay. I would like to make a motion to approve the regulatory text in attachment 1 to amend CCR Title 16, Section 2068.5 as amended. I guess from last night? No, okay. Strike the as amended. I would direct staff to submit the text to the Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency for review, and if the board does not receive any comments providing objections or adverse recommendations specifically directed at the proposed action or to the procedures followed by the board in proposing or adopting the action, then the board authorizes the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any technical or non-substantive changes to the package, and set the matter for hearing if requested. If after the 45-day public comment period, no adverse comments are received and no public hearing is requested, authorize the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking and adopt the proposed regulations as described in the text notice for CCR Title 16, Section 2068.5.
I can turn this on.
Okay, now we open the item for public comment. Any public comment from the room? We don't see anybody. So moderator, could you please open the agenda item for public comments for the folks that are online?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or you can, if you're an audio only participant, you can press *3 on your device. And it looks like we have requests from Nancy Eierlich. And Nancy, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak and a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
I just wanted to say that I was involved in the creation of the alternate route. And it was always the idea that at some point, alternate route programs would exist and we would no longer need to have the ad hoc education that was in the alternate route. And I am happy to say that it has happened and that this amendment to the regulation recognizes that there are sufficient alternate route programs that people will be able to get the education that they need. That was all I had to say. Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator. Appears there are no further requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you. Now we move on to
I
voting.
need to, oh yeah, Ms. Plotsky,
Yes.
Dr. Bradbury,
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza,
Yes.
Dr. Maniak,
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell,
Yes.
Solcito,
Yes.
motion carries.
All right, and for more updates from the MDC.
Okay, my final update. Agenda item 5D, recommendations regarding updates to the board's self-inspection checklist. So in accordance with Strategic Plan Objective 3.7, the subcommittee continued updating the hospital standards self-evaluation checklist to help licensees remain in compliance with regulations. Since the MDC's April meeting, the subcommittee continued to meet and revise the checklist. Concerns were raised with the board's radiation safety guidelines and its origins. One area of concern centered on possible duplication of efforts of the Radiologic Health Branch, or RHB. RHB is under the Radiation Safety and Environmental Management Division of the California Department of Public Health. Through their inspection program, RHB enforces the laws and regulations as they pertain to radioactive material and protection of the public from such material. On May 13th, 2025, board staff met with RHB's section chief of the Radiation Machine Inspection Compliance and Enforcement Section. He stated the guidelines were created under the guidance of previous RHB supervising physicists sometime in 2012. He went on to state his agency had no issues with the guidelines since the information was accurate and no regulatory changes have taken place since the guidelines were created. Additionally, RHB inspectors accept the safety examination contained in the guidelines as meeting their training and examination requirement. Board staff and the RHB section chief also discussed continuity of the guidelines and which office may be better suited to maintaining and updating the document. They discussed the potential for other agencies to maintain and update the guidelines as needed. RHB's section chief was open to the possibility of RHB taking over the guidelines if no other viable options were identified. The section chief further discussed RHB's inspection process. Their goal is to inspect their licensees approximately once every 5 years. Their inspection process essentially mirrors the board's process as it pertains to radiation safety, specifically CCR Title 17, Division 1, Chapter 5, Subchapter 4, commencing with Section 3100. Given the redundancies of the inspection process, the subcommittee discussed removing radiation items from the checklist and the importance of maintaining RHB information links in the document, particularly since RHB provides multiple resources specifically for veterinarians. The discussion raised the importance of improving communication between the departments, particularly when areas of radiation safety concerns are identified by inspectors. The board and RHB intend to continue this collaboration and intend to report any violations found that may be within each agency's jurisdiction. Lastly, the subcommittee identified a number of potential statutory and regulatory changes since some of the items in the checklist based on statutes and regulations do not correspond to the way the industry operates. The subcommittee discussed Strategic Plan Objective 4.8, the authority to inspect boarding facilities. The issue concerning the board's authority to inspect these facilities attached to fixed veterinary premises registered with the board. BPC Section 4853 establishes that all premises where veterinary medicine, dentistry, surgery, and the various practices thereof is being practiced, including buildings, kennels, mobile units, or vehicles, must be registered with the board. Further, the board may at any time inspect the premises in which veterinary medicine, dentistry, or surgery is being practiced. CCR Title 16, Section 2030, subsection D establishes requirements for when animals are housed or retained for treatment. Boarding facilities commonly provide veterinary services such as drug administration, wound care, etc. The subcommittee determined when a registered veterinary premises provides boarding services or houses animals, the board is authorized to inspect the entire facility. At this time, the subcommittee does not deem it necessary to clarify the regulatory language of Section 2030. However, if there is confusion in the industry, additional outreach should be considered to clarify the issue. The subcommittee has concluded its review of the checklist and created separate checklists for small animal mobile and fixed veterinary premises and vaccination clinics. Drafts of the checklist are attached to the memo for the board's review. The subcommittee will also draft a memo identifying their concerns with current statutes and regulations for the board consideration at future meetings. It was brought up by legal counsel during the MDC meeting that these checklists posted online need to reflect current law and that they can be updated as changes happen. We had a lot of discussion on whether or not we could post something that we knew was coming up based on regulations that are going to be passing soon. But the problem is inspections are happening now. So they need to reflect in real time what is going on. We did receive public comment on the item. Dr. Miller from CVMA thanked us for tackling this very much needed resource. He pointed out how one word can cause confusion and recommended changing clinic in the title for small animal mobile on page 18 to premises to be consistent with everything else, with going through and trying to make changes throughout the entire Practice Act to reference premises. But because that is currently how it is listed in law, we cannot make that change until those updates occur. Let's see. He also proposed having a statement in there that 2030.3 does not override the requirement for a VCPR from 4826.6, as this is still a minimum standard and there seems to be some confusion about that. During that time, staff members Patty and Ashley were thanked for their hard work. They spent a lot of time on this, as did Matt, I believe. And with that, I will accept any feedback you guys have.
Okay. We open the topic for discussion. Any board member has any comments, reactions?
I just want to clarify, one of the main reasons why we brought this back to the board, where the last in April, we weren't planning on having it be brought to the board, was the main difference that had changed was related to removing all of the radiation safety portions of the inspection checklist. For those of you who were here a few years back, we had a board member who really wanted the board to consider reducing the amount of items that are inspected on that checklist, because it would help with us being able to do more inspections. At that time, we reached out to all the inspectors, and the MDC did research, and the MDC and ultimately the board decided not to change the checklist and the items that are inspected. But since that time, because we met with RHB and discovered that the portion of that inspection that we're doing is inspecting all of RHB's laws. So they're in charge of enforcing those, and it's completely duplicative of their inspections. And so because it's completely duplicative of their inspections, that's why we felt it was not necessary for us to do those inspections as well. But we will be still collaborating with RHB. So if we go out and find that they're not registered like they're supposed to, we would let RHB know, because they are only aware of those that are registered. So then they could go out and inspect. Similarly, when they are going out to the premises, if they walk in and they see that the place is really unsanitary, and if they have questions or concerns, they would raise that to us so we would know to go out. So hopefully we're combining our efforts rather than duplicating the work.
So this is really exciting. Thank you very much. We have been waiting for this for a long time. I had a couple of questions and then just a couple of comments. So in regards to boarding facilities, I think there was also some gray area, right, where there's boarding facilities that are providing medical treatments for animals that are not veterinary facilities. And on one hand, I don't want to, like, people need to be able to board their animals and have the boarding facilities give them their daily pill, but that I guess that was, it just seems a little bit like there's some overlap, and that was some of the questions that we had, and I don't know if that was answered.
In the discussion, it was only boarding facilities that are attached to veterinary premises that we have that's the only ones that we discussed.
Okay.
And the reason why, when the subcommittee was looking at it, you do have standalone boarding facilities that are not part of a registered premises. And while there is the requirement that each location where the practice of veterinary medicine is occurring has a veterinary premises, you also have the owner exemption in statute, where if they are providing the services free of charge, if they're assisting the owner, they are exempt from the Practice Act. And so when we get complaints regarding boarding facilities that they're providing services without a registration, and they shouldn't be doing that because they're not a veterinarian, what we have found is that those boarding facilities, they claim that they are not providing they're not charging for the service of administering the vaccinations, and therefore they're just assisting the owner in administering the vaccinations and the medications, and are claiming the owner exemption.
Okay. Thank you. And then the next one, I just had a question. Are we creating a checklist for large animal?
So once the regulatory package is effective, hopefully January 1, 2026, the subcommittee will look at the new sections and create a checklist according to the new regulations.
Okay, great. All right, then down to just a couple other comments. On page 9, I think that under surgery, number 24, separate surgery, 1, 2, 3, 4, on the 5th bullet point, it says in cases where the size of the animals prevents entry to the hospital via a regularly sized door, doors for outside access are permitted as long as such doors are able to be fully closed, fill the entire door space, and are made of non-porous material. I don't think there's any small animals that would require that, so that's like a holdover from large animal.
As you may recall, we did building standards changes as well as the alternate premises regulations. The building standard stuff went through. We're still waiting on the alternate premises regulations to change these provisions. So right now, the checklists need to reflect what we currently have in the regulations, which obviously are imperfect because we have a whole new alternate premises rulemaking that we hope will be effective January 1, 2026. At that time, we'll update all the checklists to properly reflect the 4 different types of veterinary premises that will be registered with the board. But right now, there are funky provisions in the checklist because the regulation has those provisions.
Okay, can we just make sure that the new updated ones don't have that in there? And then, let's see here. Under drugs and biologics and objectives, oh, that was just an editing thing to remove the extra bullet point there. And then on page 12, the top line, this is under drug security controls, health and safety code. And I think I went to CFR Title 21 and the Schedule 1 are illegal drugs. So I'm not sure why that is listed as a controlled substances listed in Schedule 1 are stored in a securely locked, substantially constructed cabinet. And that kind of goes through. So same thing.
No, I would say that the checklist need further revisions because they have some issues. So what you're seeing in your packet right now is more illustrative of what will be provided on the website. So perhaps it's unnecessary to go through line by line on these particular checklists because they will be revised.
Okay, so we're not commenting on them?
So we're still asking for feedback on them. We don't need approval. We just, overall feedback is still helpful.
Okay. So that's on there a few times. So we'll just
Yeah, thank you.
make a note of that. And then I just had a question about, this is page, what page is this? 1337. The current DEA registration says every veterinarian who dispenses controlled substances is registered with the DEA. I've worked at facilities where there's a MGL that has the DEA license, and then the veterinarians working under them prescribe. I see Christy has an answer for this, so that's good. Prescribe, are ordering anesthetics and such, and they don't have. Not everybody in the practice has a DEA license, so I guess I'm confused by this statement and whether that is not allowed or.
So there has been a lot of confusion on who's required to have a DEA license and who's not. And I think this is one of the issues the subcommittee is looking at regarding DEA requirements. But it's my understanding with talking with multiple DEA representatives that one veterinary premises can have a single DEA license to dispense medications. So there's some pros and cons to that, but I think that the whole issue related to DEA registration and also some other requirements related to that were put in place for drug diversion have potential loopholes in them. And so those are things that the subcommittee is continuing to look through.
Okay, so would this be an incorrect statement then?
No, I think the DEA still agrees with that statement. But then that's one thing that the subcommittee is looking at doing.
Okay, I just think that this would be confusing if I were an MGL of a practice looking at this, and I talked to the DEA who had told, because I remember we checked on this at the big practice I worked at. And anyway, since this isn't the specifics, just something to look at. And then under the mobile stuff, let's see, our small animal mobile clinic, page 18, the example of compliance, posting a sign that no after-hours emergency care is available in a location easily, like these, it seemed like they were copy and pasted from the first one. I don't know where they would post it. Maybe they could have a T-shirt that said some of these things. I'm just not sure. And it kind of, that goes through the list there where just a couple of them where there's examples of compliance that I think were copy and pasted, that would just, if people can look at that and make sure it's applicable to the mobile setting.
I
And
think part of the issue, I guess, is because our current mobile premise license is actually requiring that you are attached to an actual brick and mortar practice. So that's how it is, and that's why there's all of this requirements that actually seem to have that location, like,
oh, I
where they
thought
could
there was
post,
a
yeah.
mobile, there is a mobile premise, like,
Yeah, you're correct. You're right. Some of the stuff was copied and pasted, and that's what I'm saying. These are going to be revised to make sure they reflect the regulations applicable to each different type of premises. And then there will be appropriate examples provided.
great. That's all I have.
Well, if I can piggyback on the comments about the small mobile practice, I hope that we could also consider the fact that there has been a lot of changes in how mobile services are being provided, that there's actually now just very specific mobile units without a, attachment to any brick and mortar practice, number one. And second, there's also this model of actually providing services like a house call that then extends to providing veterinary services at the homes of the pet owners, just like at-home euthanasia. So if you are really looking at it, they're practicing medicine in that address. So does the board now have the right to inspect, pet owners' homes? So those are things that needs to be considered, and to be looked at, because this is how things have been changing. So that's a different type of mobile practices, I guess.
So I just want to clarify, the current pending rulemaking package is addressing the differences of the mobile units. And so you have a regulatory change that addresses mobile units that are providing services within the mobile unit and then from the mobile unit. And when it says from the mobile unit, the specific regulation package calls out house calls. So the board has already discussed this and is addressing it in the pending rulemaking.
Yeah, I can just send you, Jessica, maybe what the things are, so you can take a look at them when you're putting it up on it. Okay, perfect.
Any further comments? No. Okay, so we are opening this item for public comments. Any public comments from the room? I see
Can I
none.
just clarify that it'll be public comment for now all of item 5?
Okay. All right, so moderator, could you please open up for public comments for folks online?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment for agenda item 5, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, so I guess that concludes the MDC updates. Thank you
Yes.
very much for all your hard work.
Thank you. Thank you for the feedback.
Okay, can we take a 10-minute break? It's 11:39. We'll be back at, oh, it's 11:40, so we'll be back at 11:50. Resuming. Thank you. So now we are up to discuss agenda item 6 for update, discussion, and possible action on the 2025 legislation impacting the board, DCA, and/or the veterinary profession. All right, Justin?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just an update, legislation update. I'll just briefly summarize each bill. All of these bills, with the exception of one, were discussed or looked at the last meeting, and any positions taken at the last meeting are noted in the meeting materials. So we'll start off with the priority legislation, and I'll just kind of provide brief summaries of each one. So AB 516, RVTs and veterinary assistants, scope of practice. This bill, again, would authorize RVTs and veterinary assistants to perform animal health care services not otherwise prohibited by law under veterinary supervision. Also would authorize those individuals to provide such services on animals housed in public or private shelters, humane societies, or SPCAs pursuant to the veterinarian's order. Additionally, RVTs would be allowed to perform dental procedures, including tooth extractions, under the supervision of a veterinarian. So no position was taken on this bill at the last meeting, but are we pausing between bills for discussion?
Yeah, so if members have any questions on each one, or discussion, we can. If not, Justin will continue.
So any comments for AB 516? No, I see no comments. We may proceed.
Okay, so we'll move on to page 2 of the memo, AB 867. This pertains to cat decline. Since April, this bill was amended once on June 17th. So the kind of updated summary on this bill is that it would allow or would define tendinectomy, onectomy, or any claw removal on a cat as part of the practice of veterinary medicine, surgery, and dentistry. These procedures would only be allowed if performed for therapeutic purposes as defined in the bill. The board would be authorized to deny, revoke, or suspend a license or impose fines if procedures are performed for non-therapeutic reasons. The bill would also exclude these procedures from the exemption that allows people to treat their own animals and would preserve any local ordinances restricting feline decline adopted before January 1, 2026. And the board took an opposed position on this bill in April. So I'll pause there again.
Okay, any comments from the board?
I just want to provide further updates. So as you recall, at the last board meeting, the board is opposed to this bill for the overall policy of the bill, just in general. But also the board, we discussed a concern about the reporting requirement that was previously in the bill that required all veterinarians who perform the service for therapeutic purpose to then report to the board every time they do that. I had raised the concern with that reporting requirement and not understanding the intent of that requirement, but also the concern of how individuals, particularly human or animal rights activists, have used a similar reporting requirement when it comes to injuries that occur at rodeos. We get Public Records Act requests on a monthly basis from them asking for those reports. And then we've seen instances where they use those reports to then go and harass the veterinarians who are providing services on rodeos. So the concern was, one, it wasn't clear what the consumer protection need was for that reporting requirement, but also it could potentially endanger the veterinarians as well. Christy and I met with the author's office, with the legislative director, for Assemblymember Lee and expressed those concerns and asked about the intent of the reporting requirement. They had thought that that helped us enforce the prohibition of cat declaw. So we went over all of the ways that we are able to enforce the prohibition of cat declaws without this reporting requirement. And then I also followed up in writing with the ways that we would enforce this enforce the prohibition without the reporting requirement. So then they subsequently amended it to take that reporting requirement out. The Senate BNP also agreed that that reporting requirement was not necessary. The other piece of that, when speaking with the Senate Business and Professions Committee staff, they had expressed the intent of the author's office was to prevent cat declawing, not only with the small animals, but also with large cats. And when I asked for further clarification, they were intending that to be wildlife as well. And so I had just let them know that if they own the animals, like sanctuaries and rescues typically do, and zoos own the animals, they are not exempt, or they would be exempt because of the owner exemption. And that's why you saw then the change to where now owners cannot perform cat declaws on their own animals. So those were the kind of the background of those changes. The author's office still was fully aware that regardless of what changes you make, the board is still opposed to the overall policy of the bill.
Okay. Any other further comments? No? Okay, we can proceed.
Okay. The third bill, AB 1458, the bottom of page 2 in the memo, the Animal Physical Therapy Bill. This bill will allow licensed physical therapists with certain qualifications to provide animal physical therapy in one of two ways. One, under direct supervision of a veterinarian at a registered veterinary premises, or two, via a veterinary referral with a written owner disclosure and a signed practice agreement. The bill would require physical therapists to notify the physical therapy board and make them liable for delegated therapy tasks. Physical therapists could be assisted by PT aides, but could not supervise unqualified personnel. Veterinarians who provide the referral would not be liable for the therapy. Disciplinary actions taken by the board or the physical therapy board would be considered unprofessional conduct under the Physical Therapy Practice Act. The board took an opposed position on this bill in April, and I'll see if Jessica has any additional updates here.
I think it was pretty much covered in the April meeting because there's the similar bill that deals with chiropractors practicing on animals. And when it comes to the overall policy discussion of whether or not human health practitioners should be allowed to practice animals, the board remains opposed to that policy. But in discussions with Assembly and Senate BNP, it does seem like that they're more willing to accept that it should be allowed. It's just they were in disagreement on how that could happen. There's one committee had felt that if it's going to happen, it needs to be under the purview of the Veterinary Medical Board. The other committee felt that it should be under either the other Healing Arts Board, and potentially not even license those individuals just based on how it was currently worded. I think they realized that they were on a pretty opposite ends of the spectrum of how to implement it. So they decided they're going to push pause and work with stakeholders and figure out the best way to move forward if this were to take effect. So that's kind of where we're at. And then I know that you have something too.
Yeah, so during the future agenda items discussion at the last meeting, I acknowledged that none of the current board members were on the board during the early discussions regarding the physical therapy discussions in the task force. I suggested having a future agenda item dedicated to the entire history of the issue and an overview of the task force's recommendations and subsequent board decisions. However, upon further reflection, the executive committee decided the board members already have access to the historical information relevant to the issue. In addition, our executive officer provided a refresher email with historical information covering the last decade. In that email, members could quickly access meeting minutes, materials, and webcasts that we can all review at any time. Plus, the board's most recent position on AB 1458 was based on their knowledge, experiences, and perspectives of what is occurring in the profession today and what they believe is necessary to protect consumers and animal patients. While historical context is helpful, the board does not rely on a prior position to dictate its current position on any given topic. As such, we decided against a separate agenda item dedicated to rehashing what occurred over the last decade. Any other comments from board members? No? Okay, moving on.
Okay, next bill, AB 1502 on page 4 of the memo. This is our sunset bill. The board took a support position on this bill in April. Since then, there have been 4 amendments to this bill, adding most of the legislative proposals that the board has seen here recently. There's kind of a detailed summary of all of the provisions. I won't go through every one unless, did you want to point out anything, Jessica? No. Okay. So I'll pause there again, see if there are any questions or comments.
I don't see anybody wanting to make a comment, so let's move on.
Okay, next bill on page 6 of the memo, at the top, number 5 there, AB 1505. This is a new bill added to the agenda. This is a food and agriculture omnibus bill. This would extend the vertebrate pest control research program until January 1, 2035, and continue requiring counties to pay material-based fees to fund that research. It would also prohibit administering medically important antimicrobial drugs to livestock unless ordered by a licensed veterinarian through a prescription or veterinary feed directive and within a valid VCPR. Lastly, it would expand enforcement authority over certified mobile farmers markets by allowing inspections of vehicles, documents, and equipment, and seizure of materials as evidence. And I'll see if Jessica has any additional comments.
Yeah, members, this was added, for those who were here recall, this was we asked for an amendment to the Food and Agriculture Code to incorporate, when we were working with the CDFA, we realized that there needed to be minor amendments to the Food and Ag Code. And so this is the result of that. So we were able to request it be added, and we were successful. So just some minor tweaks.
I don't see anybody wanting to make a comment, so let's continue.
Okay, moving on to bill number 6 at the bottom of page 6, SB 602, veterinarians, VCPR. The board took a support position on this bill in April. SB 602 would revise the supervision requirement for RVTs, administering preventative treatments in certain shelter settings. Specifically, it would allow RVTs to perform these services at registered shelters, humane societies, or SPCAs when the supervising veterinarian is not physically present, but is in the general vicinity or available by phone and quickly and easily accessible. And again, the board took a support position on this in April. So I'll pause there again.
I don't see anybody wanting to make a comment, so let's continue.
Okay, moving on to SB 687 on page 7. This is the Animal Chiropractic Practitioners Bill. The board took an opposed position on this bill in April. This bill would prohibit chiropractors from practicing animal chiropractic without first registering with the State Board of Chiropractic Examiners unless under veterinary supervision. To qualify, chiropractors would need to hold certification from a specified accrediting body, would exempt registered practitioners from the Veterinary Medicine Practice Act, and direct the Board of Chiropractic Examiners to consult with the board when adopting regulations on standards of animal care. And again, an opposed position was taken on this bill in April. So I'll see if Jessica has any additional comments.
Just a quick, I guess, semi-update, more so to say there's no update. We did, as you recall, at the prior meeting, Senator Hobo's office did reach out to us and let us know that the bill was going to be pulled and made to a two-year bill, and they had intentions of having a stakeholder meeting with all stakeholders and the two boards that are impacted in August. We have not heard anything from the author's office or the committees since then, so. And then, so the next items, we typically don't go in detail in discussions unless there's a board member who wants to discuss a specific bill. And I do know that Tara wanted to share some concerns related to B7. So are there any comments that the board has on other boards, other bills before B7? If not, we can go to Tara. I'm sorry, not B7, B4, my bad. 742.
Yeah, it's B4 on page 10, AB 742. AB 742 raises implementation, fiscal, and clarity concerns. First, the Business and Professions Code currently requires that 4 applicant populations receive expedited review for licensure from the board. Number 1, members of the armed forces who have served on active duty and were honorably discharged. 2, members of the armed forces enrolled in the U.S. Department of Defense Skill Bridge Program. 3, spouses or domestic partners of active duty members of the armed forces who are currently assigned to a duty station in California under official active duty military orders. And 4, refugees who have been granted asylum by the Secretary of Homeland Security or the Attorney General of the United States, or those with a special immigrant visa. Further, the board is required to process an application within 30 days to register a military spouse or domestic partner licensed in another state. AB 742 is unclear whether it would require the board to expedite license applications from descendants of American slaves ahead of military members and their spouses or domestic partners. Government Code Section 12944 prohibits any licensing board to establish any qualification for licensing that has an adverse impact on any class by virtue of its race, unless the practice can be demonstrated to be job-related. Further, Government Code Section 11135 prohibits a state agency from denying full and equal access to the program or activity conducted by the state agency on the basis of race. Depending upon whether implementation of the bill would favor any particular race of descendants of American slaves, the board may face constitutional challenges from applicants of other races, resulting in costly litigation for the board to defend its implementation of this bill. So that the board can properly implement the bill, it may be appropriate to seek additional clarification of these issues from the author or legislative committees. The board may wish to request clarity of numerical priority as to what type of applicant population would get expedited processing, and require the state, not the board or its licensees, to cover all costs associated with litigating claims brought against the board due to its implementation of the bill.
Y-
Does anybody have any comments?
Have we sent those concerns to the legislature?
No, because the board has not discussed them.
Okay. So on like, this is kind of a delicate topic. And so it's not something that I feel like we would want to oppose per se, but is there a way to ask our executive officer to send a letter with those concerns? So shall I make a motion?
And I can't tell if it made it out of Judiciary Committee. Do we know?
On its website, it doesn't look like it did. And it looks like in July 7th, it was re-referred to the committee and judiciary. So I don't, we can follow up though. But you could have, Dr. Bradbury, if you wanted to share, to do the motion, we could make that contingent upon if it's still going through.
Yeah.
That sounds good to me.
So you want to make a motion?
Yes. I
Go ahead.
there it is. I would make a motion to send a letter informing for informing the committees of our concerns.
Perhaps the letter could be addressed to the author and then CC'd with the committees.
I approve that.
Second.
Yeah, so we could do public comment on the motion and at the same time, just for the sake, take public comment also on all of item 6.
Okay, so we are now opening up agenda item 6. All of A and B, and then the motion that was just made. So is there a public comment from the room? Yes, we do.
Hi, Grant Miller, California Veterinary Medical Association. I have a comment that I'm hoping may spur some conversation here at the board regarding AB 867, the cat declaw bill. The CVMA testified alongside your executive officer, Jessica Sieferman, at the Senate Business and Professions hearing for the bill, and had actually a pretty significant dialogue with the Senate Business and Professions and Economic Development Committee about this bill. One of the concerns that we continue to have about this bill is that it says that we are prohibited from performing any surgical claw removal or any other procedure or any procedure to otherwise alter a feline's toes, claws, or paws to prevent or impair the normal function of the feline's toes, claws, or paws. That includes, by our interpretation, applying vinyl caps to the nails, which are called soft paws or soft claws. There's a bunch of them out there on the market. And when people come to veterinary practices and say, look, I'm on chemotherapy, or I'm on Coumadin, or my child is autistic and can't be scratched, the veterinarians, as we read this, will have no alternative for them. We can't help them in any way. We have to say, that's not our problem. You have to go somewhere else. Or you have to try to apply these little claw tips on your own. Good luck doing that. And so we had brought that up in the hearing, and the author said, oh, no, that's not what we mean. But when you read the words, at least when we read the words, when it says that you're doing any procedure to alter the feline's toes or claws to impair normal function, that, at least in our interpretation, would be a violation. And so you, the board, or somebody, the board, in the future, will be left having to enforce this law. And we're concerned that we won't even have an alternative to even be able to say to the client, we can apply these little nail caps for you and see if that makes a difference. So I'm interested to hear if the board has a concern about that. The author's office reluctantly agreed, because the author himself said, well, that's not what I wanted to do. But the words are still the words. The law is still there. So the senator who was running the committee meeting, the chair said, well, look, we'll pass it through, provided that you will work on these amendments. And he said, yes, he would. but the bill's now on the Senate
15
floor
seconds.
and the amendments have not been made. The senator's office said that they would put a note in the legislative file, which just is like basically the record stating that they didn't mean soft clause. But my concern about that is it's still what's left when we're all gone. These words are what's left, and the records, the files, all that stuff, that all goes away. It disappears over time. And I think it really comes down to what this board decides this language means. And I don't want to put people on the spot, but I'm a little bit concerned that we're in the 11th hour with this bill. And this legislator, even though he suggested that he would be working with us to make the amendments, nothing has happened yet. And so I really would like to hear feedback from this board on what they interpret this language to mean, because that might be something that can help us in going back and explaining our concerns and trying to get something clarified here. So I don't know if it's possible to do that. You all can discuss the bills as you see fit, but it certainly is a concern of ours that the language as it reads, at least we think that it could be construed in the future to mean that we can't even apply those. So thank you for hearing those thoughts, and I'd appreciate any conversation.
Okay, moderator, can you please open up the line for those that are participating remotely?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you. So now we proceed to the voting.
We could, or we could, if there's any further discussion
Oh,
on the, any of the bills. I do want, first, I thank Dr. Miller for the public comment, reminding me that that was another issue that it did come up during the hearing, and subsequently the author's office reached out to me and asked specifically about if I, as executive officer, my team would interpret that any procedure to be prohibiting soft pause, and we did not read it that way. But I also told the author's office that I have seen instances where, depending on who is here, could interpret it differently. And if they decided that they were going to prohibit it and use that, they could try. I don't think that they would be successful at the end of the day if the board decided to go down that route, but they could. And so I had suggested that it might be better to just put that amendment in there to make it abundantly clear what it is that the author's office meant. And I think that they had concerns about changing the bill at that point, but they did also subsequently share that they were willing to put a letter in there essentially outlining the author's intent of the language. And I let them know that when we get those letters of intent, we can include it in the board record. So, and we have a file about opinions and legislative intent on specific sections of law. If we have it, we maintain all of those along with legal opinions. And I said I could put that in there to show the intent of it. And if that ever came up of a question of it, the staff at the time could rely on that as well. And I'm sure that if there was ever an action, that document is available to use how anyone sees fit. Also, when we put out, whenever legislation comes to a close at the end, the board always puts out outreach materials about it. And so we could include in the outreach materials about this specific bill, the author's intent to not prohibit any of the vinyl capping of Cat D clause. So we could include that outreach in there as well.
Okay, that's good to know. Anybody wants to make a comment, further comment? Okay, I guess we now go to voting on the motion that was forwarded.
All right, so this is the motion related to sending a letter to the author's office for item 6B4. Ms. Pulowski?
Yes.
Bradbury?
Yes.
Mr. Espinoza? Dr. Maniak?
Yes.
Mayor Mitchell?
Yes.
Solicitor?
Yes.
Motion carries.
I guess that concludes agenda item 6. And now we are going to be breaking for lunch. And we will resume at, we'll resume the meeting at 1:30. Good afternoon. Are we ready to resume? Ready? Okay, so now we continue on to agenda item number 7, update and discussions on pending regulations. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So this will probably be fairly brief. So this is just our quarterly update on pending regulations. As noted in the memo, we currently have 6 regular rulemaking packages that are pending in various phases of the rulemaking process. One addition to the memo that we added at the top of page 1 were just kind of like the 4 phases of the rulemaking process, just summarized, just FYI. So concept phase, production phase, initial phase when we notice our regulations with the Office of Administrative Law, and then the final phase of the process when we submit for final approval from the Office of OAL, Office of Administrative Law. So the first regulation listed at the bottom of page 1 is one we've been discussing just previously, the alternate veterinary premises package. There's a summary of the package provided there. I know we've talked about it a bit today. But again, the purpose of these updates is to give you an update since the last meeting. So since the April meeting, the package was submitted to the director of DCA for initial review. It was approved in May from the director's office. It then goes to agency, went to agency the next day, approved by agency on June 4th. On June 10th, the package was submitted to OAL for publication. That initiates the public comment period, 45-day public comment period. That was published on June 20th. That starts the 45-day clock, and that public comment concludes on August 4th. Okay. The second item listed here is our drug compounding package. On that page, just a summary of everything that's a part of that package. I won't go through it in detail. The update on page 3 of the memo is indicating that on May 12th, the package was submitted to Regulations Council for pre-review. During May and June, additional revisions and updates were made to the package. On June 25th, staff and Regulations Council met with DCA Budget Office to address some additional questions regarding the text and potential impacts. That package has since been finalized, at least on the preliminary or the what am I trying to say? For submittal to the DCA director. Okay, so it was submitted to DCA director a couple of days ago. So that's where that package is. Next, it would go to agency. And then once we obtain agency approval, it can be published with the Office of Administrative Law. The next items here, these are kind of listed in the order that, I guess, by priority. So the 2 updates on those 2 packages, and then the next package that we'll be focused on is our records package. Again, a summary of that package. So next steps here will be me working with our Regulations Council, Elizabeth, to get those documents finalized, to then move it through the department for approval, and then on to agency. The 4th package listed there, the civil penalties for citation. That will be the next one that we focus on, the update on the next page. This was approved by the board or at the January 2025 meetings. The MDC and the board approved this proposal in anticipation of of legislative changes being enacted, this package will be prepared between now and the next board meeting for Regulations Council review and initial DCA director and agency approvals. The next item, number 5, was the package that was approved in April. So again, a summary there and update. The regulatory proposal that that you reviewed earlier, that will be packaged with this proposal, and then we'll move those together in the same package. Okay. And then the last item, number 6, these were just provisions that were part of a previous Section 100 proposal that we submitted to OAL earlier this year, or the tail end of 2024. Part of the provisions in that package were deemed substantive by OAL, so we're having to pursue those through the regular rulemaking process. So that's why they're listed here. And I think that pretty much concludes my update. I will give Elizabeth an opportunity to, I don't know if you have any updates or comments you'd like to make.
No, I don't think so, but just wanted to say we got the package to the director yesterday, so hopefully we get that approved and on to agency for the drug compounding, and we're making good progress.
Okay, good. Jessica, anything from you? Okay.
I really appreciate the definition for the phases, because and also like for each regulation or where we're at in the process. I really appreciate this, because at least we understand it, because sometimes you continue talking about the same thing over and over again, and I don't know what's going on with it, right? And so this is really helpful, at least for me personally. I don't know, does anybody have any comments?
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to add, yeah, and I think what's really helpful to understand is we have the 1-year clock that starts once it's submitted to OAL, but there's so much before that. And so it does feel like they drag on for a long time, but if we get to a point where they're in a good spot before the 45-day comment period, then we're able to move through it pretty quickly, so.
First, I wanted to say thank you, Elizabeth. Things have been really streamlined and seem to go really smoothly. And so I appreciate the collaboration and all of your help with things. And thank you, Justin, for everything. I wanted to just ask, maybe this is a Jessica question regarding drug compounding. I know we were kind of holding on to that for a long time because of the pharmacy board and what they were doing. Is there any update on sort of where that whole thing stands, or we're just pushing? I've kind of lost track. It's been going on for so long, like where that is.
So this package too, if you recall, involved the issue with some VACSPs also compounding, and so we put that in the legislation. So that's in 1502 to allow VACSPs to drug compound, and then we decided to move this forward as it stands now. So the separate issues related to the Board of Pharmacy and their regulations, those have moved through their process, but we have worked a lot with Board of Pharmacy on communications back and forth of challenges the veterinary profession is having when it comes to the pharmacy's regulations. And with the assistance from Dr. Miller and CVMA letting me know when there are issues, the Board of Pharmacy has reached out to those entities who have misunderstood some of the existing laws and what the new laws will do. After they've reached out to those entities, they have started to make available the drugs that otherwise weren't available in California. So we're making really great progress on that. There is, though, that carryover request to have a stakeholder meeting with both a joint stakeholder meeting with both boards. And so you will be in attendance for that, and Dr. Solcito as well, and the Board of Pharmacy to hopefully work through with the stakeholders to identify any other concerns that might be coming up.
Any other comments? All right, I guess we open this for public comment for agenda item 7. Any public comment from the room? There's none. So moderator, can you please open up public comment for participants online?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on agenda item 7, you can click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, thank you so much. I guess that concludes
Okay,
agenda
thank you.
item 7. Thank you so much, Justin. And now I guess we're going to make some changes in our agenda. Do we have both of our student liaison online? I can see Anna. Do we have Sebastian online as well? Yes. All right. So we will now proceed to agenda item 9, which is the student liaison reports, starting with Sebastian. Welcome.
Hello, welcome, or thank you for welcoming me. Here, I can turn on video here real quick. Hi, yeah, so this is my first time being a student liaison. I'm entering my 3rd year at UC Davis in August, so I'm very, very pleased to meet everyone here. I, as of this time, don't have anything to report, but I would like to seek input from the board on data that they're looking for in the future, what they're interested in, and I can try to source that from the student body for the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. I guess, Sebastian, what the board really is looking for is more updates of how the studentry, is what you guys are engaged in. What are your concerns? Concerns for the future, current concerns with like education that maybe the board needs to be aware of, and anything in the profession that you feel needs that the board needs to have knowledge about, because you guys see things, hear things, that maybe is not within the realm of our, of the board's information. So that would be very helpful. So, does anybody else have anything to say? Yes, go ahead, Dr. Bradbury.
Welcome, Sebastian. Thank you for taking this position. We're excited to have you. I'm Dr. Bradbury. I think one thing that we were keeping an eye on, I guess, or asking our students to keep an eye on was where students were planning on sort of going with their careers, particularly when it came to large animal and like food animal. We have a shortage of food animal veterinarians, large animal veterinarians, equine veterinarians. And we know that there's some things that are pushing people into small animal medicine. But we're just trying, I don't know if everybody still feels this way, but it was very helpful for us to understand some of the reasonings why people were choosing large animal medicine, how many were choosing that as a career path, et cetera. So we've asked about that. Also, a lot of access to care issues were kind of front of mind. And so how the students are being taught in that arena, as well as some of the extracurricular activities that your student groups are doing. So those are just some examples. We're interested in anything you think is interesting.
Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I can tell you, preliminarily that it is still the majority is small animal focused. And it seems like those that are interested in small animal, they're more interested in private practice, general practice. Um, For the folks that are interested in food animal, a big appeal to them seems to be the fact that they get to work with some herd health aspects, and there's some opportunities for the public service loan forgiveness program. Um, so I think primarily it's financial motivators, but I'll ask around, do some surveys, and get back to you at the next meeting.
I think it may help too if we let Anna give her report, and then maybe that would help Sebastian listen to her report so that then they can give future reports to help you with yours instead of making you go first.
That would probably be helpful. Thank you.
All right. That is a good idea. But yeah, anyway, we do appreciate you being part of this board, and we're looking forward to the future reports that you will bring. Okay. So
Thank you.
I guess now we'll move on to Anna's report, Anna Stiles.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, let me get my video is being a little finicky, but I think I got it. Hello.
Hi.
Um, so good afternoon, members of the board. I see that we have a new member on the board as well, and then obviously we have a new student liaison. So for those who don't know me, my name is Anna Stiles. You can call me Annie. And I will also be starting my third year of vet school in just a few weeks. So this won't be the juiciest report, uh, but there are some things that I can update you on that have been going on since or that have happened since the April meeting. In the spring, the Pet Health Center on campus opened the Hyla Marrow Feline Surgery Suite, which was made possible due to donations from the Hyla Marrow Trust and the Hope Organization. So we now have a dedicated room for surgery specifically on cats, completely separate from where we perform surgeries on dogs. And for some of you, while it may seem like merely another room, it demonstrates our commitment to the well-being of our patients, and we continue to learn about how animals' environments can contribute to anxiety and their psychological and physical health, and how it impacts their recovery. So the Pet Health Center, PHC, that staff, and students who cycle through the PHC are very excited about this, and they've already, I think, like the ribbon ceremony was in the morning, and then they had surgeries that afternoon. So they're very excited about it. And then just kind of small updates on things that are ongoing or regular. Faculty and students went again. This was the third year, I believe, to the Mount San Antonio Community College. There's like a kind of careers fair. So faculty and students from Western UCVM go and talk to both undergraduate students, but also there are high school students there as well about the veterinary profession. And they also, there are also some, I think, some technicians from the Pet Health Center that go as well. So it's not just the veterinarian track, but also the technician track as well that we talk about to get people interested. And then the Street Dog Coalition Clinic, which I personally love. We had, so, it's, we help pets that belong to individuals who are unhoused or are at risk of experiencing, housing insecurity. It happens like once a semester. This past semester, we had 60 students from the entire CVM. They came to participate. It was windy and cold and the very dreary weather, and like half of it is outdoors, but we still got to provide care to 31 dogs and cats. And that's both like repeat patients, people who come back each time, and also like new patients as well. And like I said, it's particularly important to me, which is why I bring it up, but also, 60 students from across, and that's not just, first years and second years, but third and even fourth year students who are off in rotations, they still come back for this. It's a very popular event, and it, demonstrates our college's dedication to public health and community medicine, and as Dr. Bradbury was mentioning, certainly like access to care issues as well. So that was 60 students. We, of course, the event's also thanks to many non-student volunteers, such as local veterinarians, many from the Western U family of faculty and graduates, and then like food and supply donations from local partners. So if anyone listening is interested in helping, from donations to volunteering, you let us know. And this spring, 104 new doctors graduated from Western U. I don't have the numbers on, who's going into what area. Usually it's an equal mix of going into, employment versus going to internship, residency. I don't have the specific numbers. Our summer research program is going strong. We have 24 students from first, second, and third year classes, being mentored by 16 different faculty members, predominantly from the College of Veterinary Medicine, but they also have research mentors from the other colleges, such as dentistry, pharmacy, and others. So there's a lot of interprofessional collaboration, which Western U really values. And all of the research students went on like a trip to the University of California, Riverside's Center for Integrative Bee Research, or CYBER. And I was jealous that I didn't get to go. But there are also 3 students not outside of that trip are doing research projects at that Center for Integrative Bee Research, which is pretty cool since, bees are now kind of falling under our, I guess, scope of practice. They're, an important part of agriculture, and food supply. So it's nice to see that they're kind of branching out into that area of research as well. And then finally, I think kind of the main thing that has been on students' minds, consciously or subconsciously, is, our teachers. I just wanted to take some time at the end here to, mention the importance of community and relationships, especially those between students and teachers. And I say teachers because it's not just, professors. It's clinical professors. It's staff members. It's a whole slew of people. It's been on the mind of our students. We've had lots of beloved and longtime faculty members leaving the college for a variety of reasons. And obviously, change is a fact of life. So it's no different in a veterinary college. But I think for some reason, this end of the academic year, it's emphasized for students the significance of our teachers. And I mention this also because, as we discuss here at the board, like issues of consumer protection, like for brevity's sake, we're talking about like what is good medicine, and how that plays out. And we learn a lot about good medicine from our teachers in our college. we start learning about the issues that the board, discusses from day one at Western U, which I love, because not every school does. So these issues, especially that of like the mid-level practitioner, I believe was Colorado that recently got passed. That's still kind of on students' minds as, we just kind of have our eyes on it and what that will mean for us. And then also, as Sebastian mentioned, the loan forgiveness or the forget what the acronym is, but that loan repayment program, with kind of uncertainty of things at the federal level, or the just kind of the changes. There, some students are kind of worried, and they were planning on having that avenue, and they're just kind of unsure of if that will still be there, how long, how might it change. So that's kind of what's been going on for us. Thank you. And if you have any questions, let me know.
Thank you so much, Anna. Thank you for the updates and for sharing us your concerns. Does anybody have, I guess, okay, Mr. Espinosa.
Yes, I had a question for both Sebastian and Anna, and that is if you could keep us informed as you learn more about the impact of recent federal legislation that impacts federal student loans. I mean, I've read a little bit in the press. My understanding is that there's going to be a limit of 257,000 for total amount you could borrow as both an undergraduate and in your professional degree. I suspect that may have some impact, and what you're seeing both as students and potential career choices, how that's impacting students. That's something that we would be interesting to hear feedback from you on. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna, and welcome, Sebastian. I think one thing that would be helpful if both of you can kind of do some polling for the future to let us know how your fellow students kind of make their choices as to how they decide where their careers are going to go, especially for you going into third and fourth year are pivotal times for those kinds of decisions. And also the pressures that you feel as you're going through. We have reports of, I know I've heard of many students having signed contracts even before third year, which I find a little concerning. So things such as that. And that would be helpful because that's a huge issue with access to care.
Okay, no more questions or comments? Thank you so much, Anna, and we look forward to your next report.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we're continuing on with the reports. So it would be my report. Have we do public comment? Oh, sorry. I guess we are doing public comment for the student liaisons reports. Any public comment from the room? No, we don't see anybody. So moderator, could you please open agenda item 9, the student liaison reports for public comment for folks online?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on agenda item 9, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. And it looks like I do have a request from Marisa Silva. Marisa, you'll be given 3 minutes to speak with a 15-second warning. Please click the unmute me button when the prompt appears on your device.
Hi there. Thank you for the ability to comment. I just wanted to make sure the opportunity was known to both Annie and Sebastian. I work for the California Department of Food and Agriculture, and we track the VMLRP that's going on in the federal level. So if you have any classmates who feel a little bit caught in the middle, please feel free to have them reach out to me. My email, I think I can put it in the chat, but you can also find me, Marissa Silva at cdfa.ca.gov. Thank you.
All right, this is the moderator, and it appears there are no further requests for public comment.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Silva, for providing that information. Okay. I guess now we're moving on to agenda item number 10, which is my report. Okay. All right. So I would like to start my report with some wonderful news with, sharing it with everyone. After a long wait, our executive officer, Jessica, has finally received her well-deserved salary increase. This is, Yay. Now, this is more than just an adjustment in pay. It is a meaningful recognition of the outstanding work Jessica has done leading the California Veterinary Medical Board. Her commitment, professionalism, and thoughtful leadership has been instrumental in keeping this board on course and supporting both the public and the veterinary profession with integrity. Jessica has been consistently leading her team with strength, clarity, and compassion. And this race reflects not just the duties of her role, but the exceptional way she carries them out every single day. And on top of that, I also would like to give thanks to our former president, Dr. Bradbury, who played a key role in making this happen. Dr. Bradbury carefully and meticulously gathered feedback from board members and wrote the justification for the raise, presenting such a strong, fact-based, and compelling case that those in charge had no reason not to approve it. Her work truly helped bring this long overdue recognition to reality. So again, Jessica, congratulations. This is incredibly well deserved. And Dr. Bradbury, thank you for your advocacy on this matter. Okay. Okay, so on June 17th, I attended the DCA Directors Board Leadership Meeting where there were updates provided with regards to Business Consumer Services and Housing Agency, which is part of the reorganization. And we were able to hear from Undersecretary Melinda Grant and Deputy Secretary Claire Cullis. And there were also, I won't go into the details because I might get them wrong, but updates regarding staffing and budget were shared by Director Kirchmeier. One of the things that stood out from the discussion was the reminder regarding examination conflict of interest, which the director made a point to remind board members that board members are not to be engaging in the creation of licensing examinations. And I think there is an OPS guideline that they were, talking about. But again, I know some of our members are also engaged in the process. So I just want to make sure that there's clarity with regards to this, because I don't want people to think that we're going against what the director of the DCA is, giving us as guidelines.
Yeah, so this was a policy that was shared during the director's quarterly meeting. And I think I have some concerns with that I expressed during the meeting and the reasons why it's very imperative, I think, for our Christy Pulowski to continue in her position on the VT&E committee. As those members who are here, I recall, there's a lot of concerns surrounding the individuals who were serving on the VT&E committee and the lack of any practicing RVT on the VT&E committee, and the concern about how the VT&E committee was predominantly, I think if not all, members were faculty members who were designing the questions and also had very strong opinions against the alternate pathways. And Christy, being a not only a practicing RVT, but also an alternate pathway RVT, has already provided very significant input into the creation of those examinations to make sure that they're testing for minimum competency of what's happening in the practice, not necessarily what they're being taught. And so I expressed the concerns, and there are exceptions to the policy. And so there's a request that I can file to have Christy continue. But I think that it's very imperative for our members, when given the certain circumstances, to continue on the development of that. So we will be pursuing that.
And I guess if there's any opportunity for us to be involved, just seeking guidance from Jessica on how to move forward with it is very important. Yes, Dr. Bradbury.
Does that apply to Dr. Maniak's nomination?
No, because his was his nomination is a AAVSB representative onto the ICVA, but that committee, that board itself, those members are not the ones that are serving as subject matter experts in development of the exam questions themselves, where Christy is. So they did talk about the difference of the roles, and serving on a committee that's kind of the oversight, or a board that's over the development of it, but not actually in the weeds of creating the exams.
Okay, continuing on, part of, we have it, okay. Yeah, okay. So included also in the meeting was the guidelines set out for the travel, out-of-state travel expenses. Again, I'm just mentioning this, that there are new guidelines that we need to seek guidance from Jessica and her team. We also, on June 25, we onboarded our new board member, Mayor Evelyn Mitchell, who has over 10 years of experience serving the board of the Humane Society of Sonoma County. 5 of those years was Humane Society's president, where she was directly involved in helping restore the Hillsburg Animal Shelter. And not to mention that she is the current mayor of Hillsburg. Welcome to the board. And then on this onboarding, Jessica went over the overview of the Veterinary Medical Board functions and the different units, the functional units that executes I guess, the functions of the board. We also, on June 26 and 27, both Jessica and I attended the CVMA Board of Governors meeting and House of Delegates meeting during the Pacific Vet Conference in Long Beach, where again, Jessica and I updated the CVMA of what the board focus areas are, upcoming legislative work, and concerns affecting the medical board. Again, emphasizing that these meetings foster valuable dialogue with CVMA and reinforce our shared commitment to advancing veterinary standards to protect California consumers and their pets. Continuously, the executive committee meeting, which is Ms. Pawlowski, myself, and Jessica, continue to meet virtually every other week, just to make sure that we're apprised of any internal board activities or any concerns that requires action from the board. Some miscellaneous items, 2 things. We also had a conversation with Greater Good Charities about Good Fix, which is also advocating the MASH type, I guess, spay and neuter clinics, and they're seeking guidance on how they are going to be able to perform such, being and be compliant with California regulations. So I guess this is giving us also an opportunity to look into this matter, knowing that there is a big interest, as we also heard earlier, on the public comments. And the last item I have on my report is just to announce that I have gotten my reappointment by the governor on May 21st, which means that I will be serving the board until June 2029. So you haven't heard the last of me yet. So, and then that concludes my report. And so now we are going to go to, public comment, I guess. I know, I don't want to have a public comment on our report. Any public comment with regards to agenda item 10? Nothing from the room? Okay, moderator, could you please open the line for public comment for agenda item number 10 for folks participating remotely?
This is the moderator, and at the direction of the board, we are open for public comment on agenda item 10. If you'd like to make a public comment, you can click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can press *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
All right, thank you very much. Now we are going to go back to agenda item 8. We do have a guest. We have Dr. Bennett joining us again to present from AAVSB about the regulatory considerations of the use of artificial intelligence in veterinary medicine. Dr. Bennett, welcome to the California Board meeting again.
I'm looking forward.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Hi, thank you for inviting me to join once again. It's always a pleasure to speak to you and to hear your opinions about the things that we care about. So I have a presentation, so I'll share my screen, hopefully. And please let me know when you can see my screen.
We can see it.
Great, thank you. I really hope you can hear me okay because my headphones quit on me about 2 hours ago, so it's been a little bit of a hectic day so far. So I'm going to talk to you about a white paper that the AAVSB put out in 2025 on the regulatory considerations for the use of artificial intelligence. This is a QR code. If you haven't seen it yet, this will take you to the paper. You do have to register, but it's free. The register is just so if we have any corrections, we know how to find you so we can let you know if there's any edits. But this white paper was written in collaboration with a very broad spectrum of people. The task force involved AI subject matter experts and users, including practitioners, regulatory and legal experts, academia, and representatives from professional and specialty associations such as the radiologist specialty, and then also industry leaders. I should say that this is a shortened version of what I'm going to present at our annual meeting and conference. So you'll only have 20 minutes, but you'll have me for a whole hour in September. So if you're interested, stay tuned for more. Full disclosure, I did use ChatGPT to create the outline for this paper. I just wanted to be open and honest about that since that is our position statement. The AAVSB supports innovation, and we recognize the potential beliefs that AI and the potential benefits that AI and other emerging technologies may offer. But however, licensees must understand the risks and limitations of AI to protect the standard of patient care and prevent unlicensed practice. And they also must maintain full transparency regarding AI use, safeguard client data privacy, and when appropriate, obtain informed consent. We're going to talk about all of this. We encourage member boards to educate licensees on the regulatory considerations of AI use in veterinary medicine as it pertains to your jurisdiction. And we note that licensees and facilities must comply with their jurisdiction's Veterinary Practice Act and other applicable federal and jurisdictional laws. As I said, there's a growing use of artificial intelligence in veterinary medicine. This is just 3 broad categories. Natural language and processing applications such as speech to text, transcribing medical records, or summarizing medical records in the case of a referral. Computer vision is used to read radiographs or cytology. And then less used is robotic systems applications, and that's things like flying drones over a herd, or using an AI surgeon to assist with surgery. This is used more in human medicine than veterinary medicine, but you never know. So, we talk a lot about where's the balance. As I said, there's a lot of benefits. It can reduce administration time on tasks, which allows more time for patients. It allows for large data analysis, so people can feed in a large amount of research data into an AI device, and then it will help it will help speed up things like drug discovery or meta-analysis to help us get broader conclusions and advance our scientific knowledge of veterinary medicine. It increases the speed of analysis, and then it also allows for early detection of outbreaks of disease. So they are using AI systems to, monitor for very specific signs, and once they see that, even it's very minute, they can alert the appropriate people to a possible outbreak. But then there's risks, and that must be weighed against these benefits. So such risks include fabricated or hallucinated data, unexpected errors, lack of real-world evidence, and that is especially pertinent to veterinary medicine, and bias, either known or unknown, that is inadvertently introduced. So that's the importance of regulatory oversight. I was able to participate in a Veterinary Innovation Council paper at the same time that we were writing this paper, and the VIC paper was being presented at VMX in January, and in the lower left-hand side, you'll see a Kindle, or somebody was making notes on their device, and this is right when my slide came up. And it's hard for you to read, but what it says is responsibility still on the veterinarian. And then it says, duh. So I said, my job is done here, duh. Responsibility lies on the veterinarian for the use of AI. But the problem with that is that it doesn't really think about automation bias, which is one of the biggest biases that comes with the use of AI. And what it is the tendency for professionals to trust an automated system or technology, even when contradictory evidence or their own professional judgment exists. So veterinarians must always apply their own judgment and are responsible for verifying all AI-generated outputs. Another way to think about this is garbage in, garbage out is a big phrase that occurs with these systems. And what that says is if you have garbage data, but a really great model, you're still going to get a garbage result. Additionally, if you have great data, but a bad model, you're still going to have a bad result. And the problem is that a lot of people don't know that middle part, or maybe even don't know that first part. They don't know how good the data is, and they don't know how good the model is. So they have no way of knowing how good the result is. This is from a really great paper that I encourage everybody to read. It's very interesting, but what it does is really breaks down the causes and effects of automation bias pertaining to medicine. This was human medicine, but I think the same thing applies to veterinary medicine. So the greater the task and the workload, insufficient experience of healthcare providers and veterinarians, ambiguity of AI algorithms, which is what I was talking about before, the garbage in, garbage out, and bias in the training data. That all leads to automation bias, and it can lead to these negative effects, including the de-skilling of operators or veterinarians, medical errors, and this negative feedback loop where if you don't correct these errors within the AI system, then it will build because it doesn't know that it's wrong. So it will continue to feed back on these errors that it makes. So that's the problem with this mindset, the duh mindset. The problem is that the responsibility can be with the veterinarian, but the veterinarian, if they're not aware of this automation bias, they don't know that their judgment is affected by this bias. And they might not know that they have to look at the results a little bit more clearly, and they may need to ensure that their professional judgment is being applied. So this paper that I referred to earlier also has preventative and mitigation strategies. And at the end is regulations on AI. And that's where we really want to open up the conversation for regulatory boards. In the United States and Canada, there are many federal, state, and provincial data security and confidentiality requirements, as well as in the EU. So they say you have to protect client data. You have to ensure that there's security involved in that. And California is actually, no surprise, the leader in this. So they passed this bill last year involving data training and consent. So these developers need to have disclosure of their data sets, which is nobody else in the country has a bill like this. The other big thing that I hear is that in neither US nor Canada do they require pre-market approval for veterinary, what they call SAMDs, and that's software as a medical advice. So anything that uses AI within its software, with veterinary medicine, it does not require pre-market approval. That is not likely to change, particularly in the US. So what I hear a lot is licensees will say, well, the FDA doesn't regulate it, therefore AI is not regulated. And that's the real fallacy of this argument that we're trying to bring awareness to. The items on the left are also not regulated by the FDA for use in veterinary use. So 97% of drugs I think that we use fall under MDUCA, which means that they are not approved for use in animals. Even the saline is not approved for use in animals. The instruments are not specifically approved for use in animals. So most of what we do in veterinary medicine does not have pre-market approval by the FDA. However, that does not mean that the use is not regulated. So you all are very important in that you do regulate how veterinarians and other licensees use these items. And the same concept applies to the use of AI devices within veterinary medicine. In the paper, we go through these top 5 common and current applicable regulations that could also apply to AI. And I'll go through them. And once again, I'm sorry I'm speeding through this, but I wanted to respect your time. So the first thing is potential unlicensed practice of veterinary medicine. So veterinarians must not delegate diagnostic or treatment decisions to an artificial intelligence device. The AI should augment, not replace. This can include surgery, medical advice, or diagnostics. We believe that, for example, if a veterinarian sends out a X-ray to be read by a radiologist or by an AI service, they should not provide a diagnosis on that report. Things that I saw that may be good are there is a 79% chance based on my data set that this could be pulmonary nodules, or it provides the likelihood of it being something, but does not actually give the actual diagnosis. Similarly, the speech to text software, I believe, should not fill in the A and the P part of the SOAP. I believe that should be a veterinarian, or at least, obviously the veterinarian is responsible for all of it. But I do worry when these softwares fill in, what the differential diagnoses are and then provide a treatment plan, because then that just exposes the whole thing to more automation bias. The judgment of the veterinarian is biased just by reading that. And then also chatbots. A lot of clinics are using chatbots more and more connected to their website. I think it's very critical for a veterinary facility to ensure that that chatbot does not give actual advice to clients if they say, "Hey, my dog is vomiting. What should I do?" On the left-hand side or the right-hand side, I'm not going to go into it that much, but they did rate doctors versus ChatGDP on how they respond to actual patients. Then they were rated by a panel of 3 doctors that were blinded as to who was the AI, who's the physician. Unfortunately, for a future, the ChatGDP won in all 3 of these categories, including empathy, high quality responses, and which one they preferred. But on the same time, ChatGDP is actually not the same as a doctor or a veterinarian, and we know this. And future studies or studies after this one have introduced the idea that ChatGDP can actually be detrimental, can give detrimental advice to patients. So more on that in September. We also talked about standards of practice and care. Obviously, nobody actually has this written in their standards of practice, but we believe that under a minimum standard of care, veterinarians should understand how this device was trained. Was it trained on real world or ideal conditions? So a perfect x-ray is a lot different than looking at an x-ray where the patient is unsedated, squirming, there's hands in there. Also, you have to make sure the data set accounts for breed differences. An English Bulldog skull looks a lot different from a German Shepherd skull. So has that device been trained on a full range of species? And how many did it include? Was it just one English Bulldog or was it 1,000? How many pulmonary metastasis cases did it look at? 1? Or did it look like at 10,000? All that is very important for the veterinarian to know as they evaluate the results of this. The other thing is the AI is only as good as the training data. When we send out an x-ray to a board certified specialist, we know that they have gone through a residency, they've passed the test, and they're maintaining their expertise through continuing education. That is not the case with AI. AI devices have not gone through a residency, they have not passed any tests, and we do not know how they are validated or continuously retrained every year. So the AAVSB believes that there should always be a human in the loop. A great way that we've seen these AI computer vision been used is with triaging x-ray or rad reviews. So, just very quickly saying, yes, this is a normal x-ray, and then flagging anything that may be abnormal so that a specialist actually takes a look. Medical record keeping licensee is ultimately responsible, duh. The AI may generate inaccurate information. It must always be reviewed by a licensee. If the AI is used to respond to clients or write discharge instructions, that should also be reviewed. One question that we had that I don't think is up to us to answer, it's up to the boards, is if speech to text is being used, should the transcription recordings be required as part of the medical record? That's not up to us to decide, but that's a question that I would like you to consider. And then also maintaining the privacy and security of data. So facilities, as you know, must comply with federal and local data laws. This might be the most concerning thing that I don't think many licensees think about. So a lot of these transcribing devices will use OpenAI to power their AI, their AI software. So it connects directly with OpenAI, or it can connect directly with OpenAI. And if that speech to text software is also part of the EMS, does that mean that the client data is also being transmitted back to AMI or to OpenAI? It all depends on them reading, and I'm not saying this happens for all of them, but it all depends on the licensee ensuring that they read the terms of service to make sure that this data is not being transmitted back and forth. And then we finally talked about appropriate informed consent. We believe at AAVSB that clients should know when and how AI is used when appropriate. It is being used in virtually every single task on the medical imaging side. So even just obtaining the x-rays are now using AI. So maybe that is not necessary to obtain consent. But if it's being used for diagnostic support, we believe the client should know and be allowed to opt out. We believe that there should always be a human alternative. And if there's a recording going on, then maybe this should be it's just a simple signage. The level of risk should dictate the level of consent. And here's just one idea. So if it's low risk, maybe do you even need consent? Like I said, about them tweaking the internal processes of the radiology systems. If it's low or medium, such as the ambient recording, maybe just signage and allowing people to opt out. But if it's medium risk or even higher, I believe that they really should obtain written consent and fully tell the client, this is my experience with this. This is how it's been trained. This is what it's going to do. Do you want to do this, or do you want to have a human do this? And if it's very high risk, maybe the veterinarian should consider not using it at all. So just some final thoughts. The licensees are fully responsible for their use of AI. It doesn't replace accountability, and ignorance is not a defense. Every AI use must be justifiable. The one thing we threw out is perhaps veterinary facility inspections are a great chance to educate on the proper use of AI and verify data privacy. I know some jurisdictions already kind of build in data privacy in their facility inspections, but maybe specifically asking about their AI. And then what is the board's role? This is not something I can answer. This is a conversation starter. So what is the board's role in this conversation? Is it to educate licensees, ensure data security, just be reactive only if a complaint comes in? I'd really love to know what board's thoughts are on this because I'm not in your shoes. So I can just write ideas down, but I'd really love to know what your thoughts are. And then I'd love to know also how AAVSB can support members, if at all. So some boards that I've talked to, would like to have more resources from AAVSB on this. And if so, what would it be? You know where to find me, but happy to kind of talk about it now. But I don't think this is the end of the conversation. I think this is the beginning, and I just would really love to hear your thoughts. That's it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bennett. This is really a very interesting topic, and I know a lot of us here on the board have been discussing this on the sidelines. Yes, because we've seen this happening. Actually, we see a lot more of AI being introduced in conferences. Like, in exhibit halls, you see all of these vendors, convincing people, hey, this is the way to go. This is the sign of the times, I guess. So any comments from, okay, Ms. Pawlowski?
Yeah, I appreciate the information, and I think it's wonderful what you've done and the information you've gathered. I think we've heard from I personally have heard from others. And so I think that this is just valuable resources, and I appreciate it. And I think we're in a time where it's kind of difficult because AI doesn't work unless it continues to gather information. And so if we don't continue to gather information, it won't be accurate. And people need to know that. So it's the veterinarian always has to be involved. And I think that this is the message that you're putting across, that yes, if we don't, we can continue to use it and we can continue moving forward, but and I think that's the only way that it will become even more accurate and more valuable, is to provide it with the knowledge that it needs, which can be scary as well. But the veterinarian has to stay involved. So I appreciate that. And I think that that message is very clearly written throughout everything. I think I've highlighted it about 50 times in your document. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, the committee said, Beth, how many times are you going to say that the veterinary needs to be involved? And I said 10 more. So, but thank you.
Hi, Dr. Bennett. I just wanted
Hi.
to say hello, and I wanted to thank you for coming today and presenting this. And if you could please thank the large group of people that put a lot of time and effort into this. And I'm looking forward to your presentation in September. So thank you.
Thank you.
I thank you again for coming and doing this presentation. Really, really important for today. And I would say one of the places that I think it would be important for this to be addressed is in the colleges, whereas previously we've all been taught how to assess the quality of data that we're presented and that we seek as practitioners. Now the students need to be taught how to assess whether what they are seeing from AI is quality or not, and being able to work with it rather than having it replace what they do.
Yeah, I think about that often. And I think students, yes, the population I worry the most about, because I think the younger generations have grown up knowing that you can't trust everything you read online. And they've kind of grown up with a little bit of a distrust of technology. The population I personally worry about a little bit more are the older adopters, because they haven't grown up with that same distrust. They've grown up in the world where you read the newspaper and whatever you read was accurate. So I think students need to be addressed, but I do worry and wonder how we reach out to, the kind of the older people as well, who may not have grown up with the same ideas about technology.
One more comment I would make on that is it's important for practitioners to remember they've been using AI probably for their whole careers.
Yeah.
Because we have something called a normal range on our lab work, and that is the original form of AI.
It's very true.
Okay, and one thing that I guess my biggest takeaway from Dr. Bennett's talk is the question, so what is the board's role, in this, like the use of AI? Because you really don't want to be caught just to be reactive when problems are already happening. So I guess that is the challenge that this board has, is how do we stay proactive in making sure that we're having these discussions and having this on our radar, not allowing it to become a problem, for our practitioners, for our consumers, and for the pets of California. Any other comments? Now we would like to open the agenda item for public comment from the room. There's no public comment from the room. Moderator, can we please open it up for folks that are online?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. Okay, this is the moderator. I don't see any requests from our public, but I do see our student liaison, Annie Stiles, has her hand raised.
Hi. Can you guys see and hear me okay?
Hi.
Hi. I just wanted to kind of chime in with my, I guess the kind of student perspective, especially as it was brought up. I know Dr. Maniak was talking about how this, kind of plays out in schools. Dr. Maniak is a graduate of Western U, so I think he, can kind of vouch for me, at least in the Western U curriculum, is that we, like from day one, we're learning how to assess resources and sources of information, and because when you're out in practice, there's too much to know. You have to know where to go to figure something out. So I can say, at least like as a Western U student, that that skill and that habit is definitely something that we are taught. Some professors have been like, especially at like written assignments, they'll have students say, I attest that I have not used, Chat GPT in this assignment, or if they do allow you to use it, I mean, and that's also just Chat GPT, as we know, AI is much bigger than that. But if you do use AI or Chat GPT or something for an assignment, you have to provide like your prompts and what the responses were. So I just kind of want to give the student perspective as to how we use AI in terms of like finding our information, um, before we get into practice, if that's helpful at all.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. I guess there are no public comments from our online participants. And that would be it. Thank you so much, Dr. Bennett. Again, it's such a pleasure having you join us at our meeting, and we are looking forward to seeing you in September.
Thank you. I am as well. And thank you again for the invitation. And in the next 2 months, if you come up with anything else you'd like to talk to me about with this, please don't hesitate to find me, and I'm sure we can chat. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and so we are moving on to the last agenda item, item 11, which is the RVT report.
And I have nothing to report. I talked to Jessica about this, that I feel that there are so many items now because we're constantly, the RVT items are always on the agenda. We're always working on things. And I feel that it makes it look like when I go to do my report that I'm not doing anything. So it feels very, I don't know, like disingenuous almost. I don't know. I feel like, okay, I come to my report, I have nothing to report. So I think it would be good to remove this item, and I don't want anybody to think that that takes away from the purpose of having a RVT report. We are constantly working on RVT items, and I don't think anybody can ever say that there is not an RVT item on the agenda. So I feel that it would be in our best interest to remove this item and get it removed from the agenda. So I think we want to do some cleanup language to do that.
Yeah, so what Christy is referring to is the statutory requirement that the RVT provides a report to the board during every meeting regarding RVT related issues. And I think that stemmed from when the RVT committee became the MDC. At that time, there was a concern that RVT issues would get lost and wouldn't be addressed. And so there was a statutory requirement that this is a standing agenda item provided by the RVT member. And if the board feels that that's no longer necessary, then it would require a statutory change. And so that could be something that we request through an omnibus bill to see if we could be successful in removing that requirement through that vehicle.
Or could we just have it as an as-needed item? Like you still have it on the agenda, and if there's no report, there's no report. Yes, Dr. Badbury.
I think Ms. Welch would like to talk.
Just before observing, in the past, there have been RVT reports from participation in national tech, vet tech conferences or seminars or whatever. So, you know, to the extent there's that kind of report or engagement by an RVT member, you know, you can always put it back on the agenda. But I would say that if you want to move forward with removing the report requirement in the statute, I would agendize it specifically so it's clear to the public that the board is discussing and potentially acting on a statutory amendment.
Yeah, so I actually was going to ask about this since has been sort of the nothing to report thing. But what I was going to I don't know if you were at, I think you were at some of the meetings, but our Miss Laredo used to go over things that were happening outside of board items in the RVT community. And I felt like it was really helpful for us to get a sense of, you know, things that just weren't on our radar because we have no idea about that. And I know that that adds an awful lot of extra work for you. I think for Jennifer, she was she was at a teaching facility, so she was kind of in the mix of all of those things already. So for you, you would have to go and reach out and try and get that information, I think, which would make it perhaps more challenging. But I believe we're going to potentially have a second RVT on the board in the near future. And so it might help to be able to spread out the things. But I felt like it was really helpful to hear about things that were related to the profession that were outside of what the board was discussing. So that would be just my 2 cents.
And we can list it as a future agenda item as well to look at, and with the thought that when there are things to report, it would still be agendized, but if there are no updates, then we wouldn't be going against the statutory requirement if it's not listed. So. Public comment?
Okay, so we would like to open it up for public comment. Anybody in the room? Okay, no public comment from the room. Moderator, could you please open up agenda item number 11 for public comments for folks online?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a public comment on agenda item 11, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will take a 10-minute break, and then it's a little too early for us to adjourn or to close session today. Oh no, what do you call that? Adjourn for today. I'm sorry. We will continue a recess. I'm sorry. It's too early for us to recess for today, so we will, after the break, we will continue on with the administrative report.
Yeah, agenda item 17, we're going to jump to.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll come back at 3 o'clock.
It's 3 o'clock and we are resuming our meeting with agenda item number 17, which starts with Alicia.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alicia Hernandez. I'm the Administrative Licensing Unit Manager with CBMB. I'd like to start with our agenda item 17A, the administrative report. I'll provide you with a staff update, and then I'm going to hand it off to Matt to follow up with the staff training and budget projection reports. So with the staff updates, in May, Kelly Fairless, lead licensing analyst in the licensing and examination unit, left the board. Ms. Fairless spent 6 years with the board. We thank her for her dedication and commitment. Ms. Fairless left the board to pursue a promotional position within the Department of Consumer Affairs of the Dental Board of California as our new lead unit manager. The board wishes Ms. Fairless the best of luck in her new position. In July, Stephanie Dewar was hired for one of the vacant enforcement analyst position. Ms. Dewar was office technician with the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation Healthcare Services Division, where she handled healthcare grievances. As a part of her duties, she investigated patient safety and medical management policy compliance. Prior to her state employment, Ms. Dewar spent 25 years in the veterinary field, with 10 of those years as a registered technician RVT. During her veterinary career, Ms. Dewar worked at Banfield, working her way up to the hospital director. She also worked at Loomis Basin Veterinary Clinic as a lead RVT and spent 5 years at Front Street Animal Shelter. We are excited to have her and her veterinary experience on the enforcement team. The board has one interchangeable AGPA Associate Governmental Program Analyst, Staff Services Analyst, and one office technician position vacant in the enforcement unit. That will not be filled at this time. The board intends to reclassify the vacant position to address business and operational needs. Reclassifying one position will allow the board to move its special investigator out of the blanket, which was never expected to be a long-term situation. The other position will be converted into a data and report analyst to assist the board with the ongoing maintenance and development of Breeze. In addition, in response to the governor's return to office order in April, the board advertised 2 seasonal clerk positions who will digitize the physical files occupying the board's 2 file rooms. Once all those files have been digitized, the physical files will be destroyed, freeing up the 2 rooms for additional cubicles. Interviews were held for those positions in May. However, although both selected candidates initially accepted the position, they ultimately declined deployment in June. Additionally, candidates were interviewed, and one candidate has been identified as prospective hire with the plans to repost the position if a second candidate can be found. That includes our updates for the staff. We did provide, as a reference, the board's organizational chart, which is included in, as an attachment. And at this time, I'm going to hand it off to Matt McKinney for our staff training and budget projection reports and fund condition.
Thanks, Licia.
Got it.
I just wanted to start by acknowledging that for part of the board strategic plan objective was to provide additional customer service training to all staff because of some of the feedback we'd received from consumers. And so to that effect, the board's been collaborating with DCA's SOLID, Strategic Organizational Leadership and Individual Development is what the acronym stands for. Most recently, we had a meeting in June with SOLID. They basically take the first half of the day. They do like team building for us. They usually provide at least 2 trainings, depending on like how long it takes to cover the topic at hand. Most recently, we did how to decode unconscious bias, and the importance of psychological safety. I just wanted to take a second, though, to give a shout out to Lisa Bacon and her team at Solid. It's Kenneth Evans, Bill Zuriello, Antoine Billups, and Danielle Owen. They're just amazing people. They're excellent trainers. It's just been a great collaborative relationship we've had with them. So, thanks to the board for allowing us this opportunity, and thank you to Solid and Lisa and her team just for fostering such a collaborative relationship. Then we also listed on here just the elective trainings that the team took between April 1 and June 30th of this year. So you can kind of see what the team's looking to improve with. And then as Lisa said, we'll move on to the budget projection. So just one second here. So I'm going to start with the expenditure report, which is attachment 2. The projections are based on actual data through fiscal month 11. The report includes 23-24 actual expenditures in green, as well as 2024-25 budgeted and projected expenditures in blue and orange. As we move toward the end of the document, you will see the board had a beginning base budget of $8.449 million and is projected to spend just over $8.44 million, creating a reversion to the board's fund of approximately $34,799, which is 0.41%. In the revenue projections, you'll see receipts collected through May and projected revenue to year end. We'll look into that further at the next slide, but projection is based on trends to the board's budget and evaluating prior physical or actual figures. The attached analysis of the fund condition shows 13.7 months in reserve. At the conclusion of 23-24, that meant the board could operate for 14 months without collecting additional revenue. The fund condition is projected to start decreasing beginning in FY 24-25, and the projection represents a projected fiscal imbalance between income and expenditures. This imbalance occurs as expenditures continue to naturally increase, such as with rent and staff costs, while revenue stays the same. Currently, the fund condition is projected to decrease to 8.4 months in reserve by FY 26-27. And as a reminder, the fund condition is a snapshot in time and does not include any budget change proposals that may be approved in the future. Staff will continue to monitor the fund condition and advise when a fee change may be necessary, which I think we're looking at already. And we do have the budget team on the line if there are any questions or clarification required for any of that. So please feel free to ask any questions you have. Dr. Bradbury. Oh, sorry.
I can never tell. Okay, I think it's on. Hi, thank you. I just had a question regarding our sunset bill and the months in reserve. Did that get, was that included? I think it was, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody else have any comments, concerns, questions about the budget? No, I think we're good with those items. So we can move forward with next item.
Thank you. It's also Alicia.
Okay. Moving into agenda item 17B, the examination licensing report. So I'll provide you with the examination updates for the International Council for Veterinary Assessments of ICVA. ICVA has disseminated a couple of announcements, one in May and one in April, which are included in the memo. The ICVA delegation traveled to UK, which was issued May 8th, and the ICVA 2025 Assessment Grant Program, April 1st. In addition to that, American Association of Veterinary State Boards, AAVSB, which also disseminated the following announcements. The AAVSB released considerations for the use of AI in veterinary medicine, April 21st. The next announcement was the AAVSB announced latest recipients of 2025 BT&E Program Directors Award on May 19th. The AAVSB also announced the recipient of 2025 BTNE Celebrating Diversity Award on May 21st. The AAVSB announces the launch of their new website, a June 24th announcement. And then that's wraps it up for the examination updates, and moving into licensing updates. Renewal postcards. So beginning in June 2025, the board updated its license renewal notice to be fully encompassed on a postcard. The postcard provides a QR code that can be scanned and takes the license directly to Breeze to log in and renew their license. If the license requires fingerprint submission as a condition to renew, the postcard provides notification of the requirement. A copy of the renewal postcard is attached for your reference as well. Board applications received. The board received a total of 4,257 license applications across all license type in fiscal year 24-25, compared to those received to the prior year, 23-24. There was a decrease of approximately 400 applications received. The most significant decline was about 300 less application receipts for veterinary assisted controlled substance permit vax. Although the number of applications received decreased, the board received almost 100 more applications for veterinarians in 24-25 compared to 23 and 24. Overall, the number of applications received for 24-25 decreased by approximately comparing to the quarter four of 23 and 24. Licenses, registrations, and permits issued. The board issued 3,759 licenses, registrations, and permits in fiscal year 24-25. That equates to a slight decrease compared to the number issued in 23-24, which was 3,884. Despite a decline of license registration and permits issued overall, the board issued more veterinary licenses in fiscal year 24 and 25, 906 to be exact, than it has in the prior 3-year fiscal years. Similar to applications received, the most significant decline in licenses, registrations, and permit issues was seen by VAX, with approximately 150 less issued, pardon me. Applications pending. For boards pending application at the conclusion of 24-25 across all license type was 584. That represents a decrease in pending applications by approximately 35%, comparing to the number of pending applications at the end of 23 and 24, which was 888. And finally, the licensed population, concluding data analysis from 24-25, the board's total licensed population increased to 4,055 at the conclusion of the fiscal year, compared to 46,325 at the conclusion of 23-24. The board's licenses population increased by approximately 2,000 licensees, pardon me. Those attachments as well, the licensee statistics and the renewal card are included in the memo for your reference as attachments. And that concludes my updates for both administration and licensing. Is there any questions or comments?
I was looking at the licensing statistics. It's pretty good numbers. You know, we're the issuance, I guess, is pretty close to the applications received, and so I guess it may not be what like the California veterinary needs are, but we're moving in the right direction, and I guess good job. Okay, anybody else has any comments?
I just want to take this opportunity to really thank Dr. Miller, and Dr. Miller's not here anymore, but thank Dr. Miller and his husband because that they were really the catalyst to converting to the renewal postcard. And it's because for those of you who were around back when I first started and we were converting, even though we were live in Breeze, we were not really advertising Breeze. And so by the time I had started, we had been live in Breeze for two and a half years, and we were still predominantly paper based. And so we did a whole campaign to push everyone to online. And at that time, we had I had talked about how we changed our renewal notices that used to be 8 pages long, and we changed it down to 1 page. And we did during board meetings, I would announce that the renewal pages are down to 1 page. And then recently, I think it was back in February, Dr. Miller shared with me what's being mailed out to veterinarians. And yes, it was the instructions were cut down to 1 page, but there were a whole bunch of inserts that are also attached in that renewal. And some of those inserts were very old. And there was one from, I think, 2016 about a bill that was coming out in 2016. There was one that was advertising a fee increase that was taking effect immediately in March of 2018. There was advertisements for getting subject matter experts to help write our law exam, which isn't a thing. So it was pretty helpful that he let me know that this is being sent out. Because when we were reducing it down to 1 page, I didn't think to ask, hey, are there inserts that's going into that as well? And so my plea to everyone, including our professional members on this board, if we are saying things that about process changes and you find that it's not matching what I'm reporting, please call me out on it so we can make sure that it is working how it's supposed to. So I really thank Dr. Miller and his husband for bringing that to my attention, so we can now truly say it's down not only a page, but it's a postcard. And so we save in the all of the printing fees associated with the multi-page insert renewal that we were sending out. And it's also cheaper just to send the postcard versus the time it takes to print out, fold, and stuff the envelopes and mail out. So cost savings there. I apologize that it took me that long to find out that's what's happening, but it's better now.
Who is stuffing the envelopes?
We have a contract. That's an automatic thing that's not our team, but still, it's
accountability.
I didn't know.
That's bad.
Okay.
you, Alicia.
Thank you, Alicia. All right. Moving on to enforcement. Rob, Ashley, and, oh, Patty?
No, you don't get Patty.
No, no Patty today?
Ashley.
Mhm.
Nope, it's just the two of us. So we're gonna go back and forth with the enforcement report. And I guess we'll start with inspections and Ashley can take it away.
All right, I'm going to go over inspections. So as part of the board's ongoing outreach efforts, an inspection webinar was held on May 6, 2025. The webinar featured a presentation by California Department of Justice, Controlled Substance Utilization Review and Evaluation System, and their staff. Cures gave an overview of the state's prescription drug monitoring program and focused on focused on veterinarian reporting and registration requirements. Cures staff also provided an in-depth review of Cures reporting features. The webinar was well received and well attended with just over 500 attendees. The next webinar will feature California Department of Public Health's radiologic health branch staff who will be presenting information regarding radiation safety requirements and preparing for an RHB inspection. The webinar is scheduled for September 23rd, 2025. Get bigger. On May 12th, 2025, board staff held a quarterly roundtable meeting for inspectors. Updates to the hospital standards self-evaluation checklist were discussed, as well as mobile inspection application issues. The next meeting is scheduled for August 12th, 2025. This month, we also welcomed 3 new inspectors, Alana Jennings, Amber Harris, and Jeanette Hanneman, to the inspection team. Alana Jennings has been a registered veterinary technician for over 15 years. She is currently the hospital manager of VCA Miller Robertson Animal Hospital in Los Angeles. Alana will be covering the North Los Angeles County. Amber Harris has been an RVT for over 14 years. She is currently at VCA Yorba Regional Animal Hospital, a hybrid ER facility in Anaheim. Amber will cover Ventura and Western Los Angeles counties. Jeanette Hanneman has been an RVT for over 6 years. She has been the practice manager for Eastern Madera County SPCA and an instructor in veterinary technology at San Joaquin Valley College. Jeanette was also an animal health technician with the United States Department of Health and a Human Services National Veterinary Response Team in Washington, D.C. for nearly 20 years. She'll be covering the Fresno County and the surrounding counties.
Okay, so for intake, I don't know if you've all already looked at the stats below, but we're at the end, obviously, the fiscal year. It ended at the end of June, so that's always the big push. So the cycle time that you see there shows 7 days for the intake. Well, basically the complaints that were closed in that fiscal year. So the intake cycle time that's represented by 7 days is actually based on, I think I've mentioned this in the past, is based on complaints that we might have received years prior. So it's still within our target cycle time of 10 days, but it's not representing what we're currently doing. So I looked at the individual stats for what we did for the last fiscal year based on our current intake team, which has been there for a few months, nearly the whole year. And we were at 2 days, which is fantastic. So with what we're getting as far as the complaints, that are coming in, they're processing it within a day or two. So it's exactly where we want to be. As far as the amount of pending complaints, and this is kind of reflective of that, there were only 2 complaints pending at the end of the year. So that's basically what we would have received the prior day before the end of that fiscal year on June 30th. So like I said, they're keeping up with things. I know, I think every year I try to straight line what we're going to receive as far as expectations for the complaints. And I think I was pretty close because I think I had said maybe at the couple months in, we were going to be around 2,200, but we received 2,192 cases for the fiscal year, which is, it's a big jump. The prior year we received 1,873. So I think when I first started with the board, I thought that we would have or hit some kind of plateau where we would just, kind of with our licensing population, the complaints would be just proportionate. But I think, and I don't know if I put there, I can't remember what the percentage increase. I want to say it was like a 17% increase over the prior year, which was already a record-setting year, the 1873. So every year we're setting records as far as the complaints that we're receiving. So there's no slowing down when it comes to the complaints that we're getting. So the work's there. And there are obviously concerns about consumer protection. One of the things that we have begun to implement with our intake team, and obviously they've been keeping up with processing complaints, is they've been assisting us with records request. I know it's been a back and forth, I think, over previous years regarding requesting records and kind of starting that, I guess, quote unquote, investigation by requesting those records. But it's always been kind of in the back of our minds that there is a 3-year retention requirement for records by a practitioner since the last visit. And obviously, I think you're all aware, some of these cases that we are finalizing are several years old. So there's naturally a concern that once we investigate a case, are we up against that 3 years or even over it, to where the practitioner could say, oh, I don't have these records anymore because I have them pursuant to the code that applies for the 3 years. We don't run into that too much, luckily, but what we've implemented with intake is they're sending out letters on, we ran a report to find out which cases we haven't requested records on, and so they're sending out letters requesting those records. So at least we have the records, and we're not going to run into that once we actually investigate that case. So we're getting what we need as far as evidence-wise. And they're going to request records from the respondent or the subject of the case, I should say, as well as any subsequent vets. So once we get to that case, if it's, let's say, just hypothetically, they send out a letter, which we're not doing just yet, but on a 2025 case, and then hopefully, let's say months later, the analyst gets to that case and they start their investigation, they already have what they need. So they can just jump right into the investigation. So they've been doing that. I think we're extremely grateful that they're able to take on those additional duties because it's going to help with those investigations.
I just want to jump in real quick, just for a quick history of that. As some of you recall, when I had first started, one of the biggest pieces of feedback we would get from the profession whenever I went to a CVMA meeting or I was giving a presentation, the biggest frustration I would hear from those respondents was the board requested medical records from me and a response, but I didn't hear from them for another 4 years. And what was happening is the intake technicians were requesting medical records at the time that the case was received, but then we didn't have the staff to actually work the cases for another 4 years. And so we put a stop to that, knowing like, okay, when we're not going to request records and a response until we can actually work that case. Thankfully, because our team, we've grown in size and the team works really hard, we're able to now maintain that. So if when our intake team starts requesting the records, we will be able to address it much more timely. So it should be good.
So, I've thought a lot about the pros and cons of both aspects, but I do think that even though it might be frustrating that they're waiting for 4 years, it's very difficult for somebody to write a letter of response in
years
terms
later.
of what happened 4 years after it. Like, how can they remember all of the details? So in some ways, it's not fair to wait until you're ready to work on it. So what you're saying is that we are asking them now when.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, the main bottleneck will remain when the consultants and subject matter expert queues. So whatever that delay will be, because we send the initials to ask them a response to the initial allegations and across the medical records. But then after the subject matter expert reviews it, if they find there's potential violations, we send out a potential violation letter. So there still may be a delay there, but hopefully this will streamline the process a bit.
But just so I'm clear, we are asking for the response immediately.
The
when we
response
get
to the
it.
initial allegations.
Right, okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
The other thing I wanted to touch on in intake that I think has been a recent change that we haven't reported out yet is that they are, when we get complaints that are related to just complaints that they did not get their medical records, rather than assigning that to an analyst and then wait till the analyst can get to it, our intake team is contacting those respondents, asking for a response quickly so they can handle those cases, because oftentimes they're just providing the records to the complainant, and then we can close those cases. So they're doing that as well. So I wanted to thank them for that.
That was the next piece.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you were done with the intake. Sorry.
No. You know me. I'm going to keep talking. Yeah. So Jessica went ahead and stepped on my toes there and explained that that's. No, I'm just joking. So that is another intake process that we implemented, is the requesting of the medical record, the cases saying that I didn't get my medical records. They're extremely straightforward. There's no analysis involved, and it's something to where we can get those cases closed up and not having them just sit out there. And it looks like we have on those cases, if you're measuring the open to close, we're averaging about 15 days on those. So we don't get a ton of those cases. I think I've always reported that the negligence and incompetence, that's the vast majority of the cases we get, but it's something that we can address without pulling an analyst, over to do those cases, since intake can handle it because they've been so efficient with everything. I'll jump to the next section quickly. Investigations. So this is a pretty short section. We had a small decrease in the amount of cases pending. I think it's decreased since a couple of years ago. Last year we were at about 3557, and now we're at 3510, which I would say is kind of like we're keeping up with the complaints we're receiving. We're basically closing around the same amount because we're less 47. So I guess it is cutting into our pending amount. So any ground that we make there is great. But obviously we still have a lot of cases pending, and we're going to keep working on cutting into those. And obviously what we had talked about with intake is just additional efficiencies that we're trying to implement in the enforcement unit because we're always, willing to try something to see how it affects things. Board staff is still averaging, based on last fiscal year, about 10 closures per analyst, which is great. And we did, in addition to the amount of complaints that we received, we did set another record in 24 and 25. We closed 2,177 cases. And the prior year, we had closed 2,029, which was a previous record-setting year over the prior year, which I think was 19 and change. And that was a record-setting year over the prior year, which was a few hundred less. And then the previous year was way less. So we've been closing more and more cases every year. So there's a victory there. And then the next section, I think we've talked about it, or it's been talked about today and yesterday quite a bit, but just the subject matter expert program. Since the last roundtable, which I think they went into a little bit, which was in May, the reviews from the consultants and the experts went up between, I think, 20 and 30%. So there were several more reviews that were done. And then we kind of had our roundtable, went through the usual topics. And then obviously we had a few hypotheticals that were brought up, I think, yesterday and today, which were interesting. And then I'll turn it back over to Ashley for probation.
All right, for our probation update, the probation monitors are actively investigating 29 pending enforcement complaints against 13 probationers. And at the time this report was written and posted, there were 2 petitions for early termination. At this point, we did receive 2 more, so now we have 4 petitions for early termination pending with the probation unit. There are no petitions for reinstatement pending at this time. Since the last update, we had 2 licensees begin probation, bringing our number of current probationers to 57, and 8 of those are told.
Then we'll answer any questions.
I just wanted to add one more point to make related to the subject matter experts and our pending numbers. I meant to make this this clarification at the MDC meeting as well. There was reports on how many cases are pending with the consultant queue and how many cases are pending in the subject matter expert queue. However, that's not indicative of the full volume of cases that need a subject matter expert review. It's only indicative of cases that our team has put into those queues, have requested records, received records, and put them in. With intake now working on requesting those records and responses, I do think it's going to be much higher. I think it's going to at least double. I think right now between the consultants and subject matter experts, it's at a little over 1,500 total in the queue, in each queue. But like I said, I think it's going to at least double because we just reported 3,500 pending cases. Most of them are standard of care cases. So I do think it's much closer to 3,000 or more that are going to be pending in those. But the goal is to give everybody, both the board and all of the professional members, and do another plea for subject matter experts, but to let them know that we have this true number that needs a subject matter expert review, and they will continue to sit until we get a subject matter expert to review the case. So just a heads up, when you do see those numbers and queues, hopefully by the next board meeting, they'll be more indicative of what the true number is, but so you're not surprised when it will go up.
I'm just curious, Rob, do you have data on how long the turnaround time is when you send a case to a subject matter expert, and how fast or?
I don't have I mean, I'm sure we can run a report just to see what that comes out to. I think, I mean, maybe anecdotally, I think we give them 30 days, but typically they'll turn it around sooner than that. So it's usually, we're not usually waiting on it too long. I know there are some groups of cases sometimes, and that can take a little bit longer. But even the newer experts, they might take, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks, and then some of our more seasoned experts, they might get it done the same week. But usually it's, I mean, once it goes to an expert, we're not waiting, months and months plural, basically. Typically the analyst is going to reach out to the expert and get a good ETA on things.
Yeah, because I'm just curious, because I know we're developing our pool of experts, right? And that would come with how many are seasoned, how many are new. And I'm just curious how the difference is between like the process time, I guess. So.
Yeah, I think our newer experts are still reasonably efficient. They just take a little bit longer, I think. And this is just, like I said, this would be my guess, is because they're not as sure of, maybe the process or what happens next. So I think a lot of times they're probably double checking things and just really, well, they're just double checking things, I'll say.
I do want to just reemphasize, we do often recruit for subject matter experts, but the best way that we've seen to get more subject matter experts is through word of mouth from other subject matter experts, from veterinarians. I do want to do a special thank you to Christy's husband, Dr. Pulowski. He received an award from CVMA, and during his speech, he urged everyone in that room to become a subject matter expert. And then I think we got 3 people
We got a few,
just from that.
We did get a few,
We got
yes.
3 people who who signed up.
Yeah,
So
so it was great.
it was definitely worth attending in person because we were able to make those connections and get more people. So thank you to Dr. Pulowski. I would appreciate him. I would appreciate if he actually took cases as a consultant, but I'll take whatever I can get. So thank you, Dr. Pulowski.
Jessica, on that end, is there any consideration for like being at many of the conferences to recruit subject matter experts in that manner?
So a few things. Dr. Solicitor and I will be attending more meetings in person, mainly because when we have attended virtually, there's so much of that meeting that we miss because we can't hear anything. So we will be attending in person, but we have to be very mindful, especially right now, about traveling and everything that's happening in the economy and the budget constraints, the travel ban to other states. So yes, we will do our best to attend more in person, but we do very much need the help of all of you to encourage more subject matter experts.
Dr. Manick, maybe we can do a Southern California tour of like VMAs and maybe we can start recruiting people.
I'll also reach out to the president of SCVMA.
Perfect.
Dr. Adam, and discuss the issue with him.
Yeah, okay.
Awesome.
Yes, Dr. Bradbury.
So I had a couple of questions. One is, how I know we were looking at how other boards and other healing arts boards handles complaints. And for the medical board, I'm assuming they have a very similar volume of complaints. And
So they have a much higher licensed population and they have, so they also get a much higher volume. What I am going to look at though is I don't think we're proportionate for the number of complaints we're getting versus what they're getting for their licensed population, but I do think it's going to get there. And so that's something that I'm looking at because one of the comments we get a lot from the governor's office and DGS when we're asking for more staff is, well, what are you doing to control your complaints? And we can't tell them to not file complaints. We are working with and constantly looking at ways to improve our process, but when at the end of the day, the volume keeps increasing, we're going to have staff to work that. But I think looking at medical board and the amount of complaints they get in relation to their population, that'll give us hopefully a good indication of where we might be for proportionate volume, but I don't think we're there yet.
I guess I'm wondering if they had less like what the volume, more how they handle that volume. And because I mean, you guys have done a great job and this is nothing about you not working hard and all of the efficiencies have done a huge amount to improve this situation, but it doesn't look like we are in a position where we're going to get through these and we are saying that they're 3 and 4 and 5 years out and these people are still practicing the whole time. And I'm just wondering if there's a different, how they're getting subject matter experts, how many subject matter experts they get relative to the number of complaints they have. Just if there's some comparison that we can make so that perhaps we can, I don't know, adjust in some way. Do they have somebody who's on staff that's a subject matter expert?
So I can do a more deep dive on various healing arts boards and how many subject matter experts they have versus their volume and report back. I can do that.
Okay. So that was just one thought. And then the other was, I don't remember if it was talking to you during our monthly one-on-ones or if it was at a meeting, but I had a colleague who had asked me to kind of interpret the way he was supposed to be evaluating somebody's medical records. He had agreed to be a medical records reviewer. And as I looked through the paperwork, it basically was just the stipulated settlement, so there weren't a lot of, it didn't seem like there were a lot of instructions, and maybe he didn't have all of the paperwork that was sent to him. But I thought we were going to look into that and just see if there were something, and this has come up in many of our administrative hearings and things where people were saying, oh, it wasn't clear, like what was expected of us and so on.
Yeah.
And I just wondered where we were and looking at that.
Yeah, there is now a checklist that for any medical record reviewer has to use as a tool to when they're reviewing the medical records, and then it is provided to them when they agree to do the review, and also to the probationer as well. And so I do think that we're improving on the orientation and also the expectation of the medical record reviewer. And if there's a supervisor or any kind of third party that's involved, have more communication with that individual.
Jessica, I have a question. Has it been studied why the numbers of complaints are significantly going up every year? Have we done anything to look at that?
So when I first started, it had already increased significantly from the prior year. And the whole thought was, well, we just went into Breeze recently, so it made it really easy to file complaints online. So we thought at the time that it was going to level out, and then it didn't level out. It continued to increase significantly year after year. There's, as far as like a deep dive study of what's causing that, no, but there's also other factors that are involved when you look at the public perception of animals, where in the past they were more looked at as property, and there's been more studies now with the amount of population who have animals and often now think of their animals as their family members. The perception of animals has changed, and I think you're going to, because of that, naturally have more complaints and they're paying more attention. Also with COVID, I think that they were paying more attention to their animals as well. So I think that factored into it. I think the other piece, I think that Dr. Solcito had mentioned in the past, is just the prevalence of AI now and Dr. Google and more informed consumers who think they know better than the veterinarians. And so they already come to the veterinarian with a lot of assumptions of what's wrong. And then when something goes wrong, they think that it's because, well, the veterinarian didn't know any better. So I think it's a whole bunch of those factors that just keep piling up.
Is there a way we can, for example, people that file complaints, almost create a survey for those individuals and with poignant questions as to what are their biggest frustrations with veterinary care today? I think that would be really helpful for us to find a way to objectivize what are the issues that are increasing the number of complaints in the state.
Yeah, we could do that. I think we need to look at more of what specific questions you'd like to ask consumers. And if you're looking at just asking complainants, I think that the complainants are going to come to us. They're already not entirely happy already. So it might
Right.
get skewed a little bit, but I think it's something worth looking into.
Well, did I just cut you off?
Oh,
Even with outreach on that perspective, and I don't know, I don't want to skew if this needs to be future agenda items, but on that line of trying to get them before they're angry, but having the outreach committee on the MDC looking at ways to assist in educating the educating the public on the veterinary profession more. I don't know if there's a way just to, what do veterinarians go through for education? Just because it does seem like we're going down this path of I don't want to call it an attack on the profession, but everybody wanting to come into provide veterinary medicine that's not a veterinarian. And so maybe there's a way to combat the complaints by having the outreach, educate them. What does a veterinarian do and what do they have to go through in order to become a veterinarian? And maybe this would help. This is why they have knowledge. This is why they have the skills they do, even their staff. So I don't know if that's something that we can do.
And there's currently a document that the board has on its website talking about the different professions in the veterinary world and how they're qualified, what it is they can do and what they can't do. And maybe it's asking the outreach subcommittee to look at that and see if there's ways to improve that and to disseminate that out. And also we are looking at refreshing our information to consumers on complaints as well to make it hopefully improve and better understood. So maybe having the outreach subcommittee involved in that would help as well.
I guess I don't know about trying to lessen people complaining because there's definitely some questionable practicing of veterinary medicine that's happening. And I think much of it is not reported. But it would be interesting to know what is leading to the increase. My guess would be that the markedly increased cost has caused people to be even more emotionally charged because they couldn't afford it in the first place, or it's been a struggle, and then they have a negative outcome. But I just don't, I'm not sure how we can get ahead of this with even if we added 10 more analysts. So it seems like and I think if I remember correctly, the medical board, when we talked about this years ago now, the medical board, somebody said that the medical board was very specific to the complaint and wasn't like going through all the other records at the hospital. And, like there's been, like, we find a lot of things when we do full investigations. But it may be that we have to adjust the way we're evaluating some of these. I don't know. That was, if I remember correct, am I remembering that correctly?
I don't recall that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, it was just that they were more specific to the actual complaint instead of getting multiple medical, because I think that there's been times where you guys get multiple medical records and based on an investigation or something. But in any case, I feel like we're very thorough, which I don't want to say we shouldn't be, but if the being extremely thorough hinders our ability to close cases in a time that protects from because another thing that keeps happening is it seems like while we're investigating one complaint, more complaints come in, and then it sets us back and we have to do more investigation, and then that puts it out even further. And while we're investigating, now we have 5 complaints about the same person, and that person is continuing to practice. And so just rethinking that whole process, perhaps, I don't know, it's just hard to keep watching it happen.
Yeah. And one thing that we have changed is the amount of records that we are requesting, where before it was just a general, send us all your records related to this patient, and it's more specific now to the instance itself. And so we don't get 20 years worth of records so it's being narrowed down that way. I think the biggest contrast between us and the medical board is if you're keeping it specific to the complaint, when you have human complainants, they can articulate what really the complaint is. When it comes to animal patients, we don't really know what happened, and neither does the consumer. All the client knows is that something went wrong with their patient, and that's what their concern is. And so it would be, I think, very challenging for us to say, well, we're only going to stick to that initial allegation because they don't know what went wrong. And it's not until the subject matter expert reviews the record and sees the negligent acts that the consumer would have no idea that happened.
And then as far as the complaints coming in, kind of dripping in against Dr. Bob, and then there's more that are coming in, we will, if transmittal is warranted, we will transmit it. So if, let's say 5 come in and then more continue to come in, we will say, oh, we've reached a critical mass. Let's get this over there and get the discipline expedited. So that way we can just start it. If something else comes in, we can add to it if we need to, or amend the accusation if it's that far. But we are trying to be dynamic when it comes to, not waiting for, okay, now this person is, the whole community knows about them. So everybody's complaining now. Now we're getting complaints every day. We're not going to wait till all those kind of like stop coming in. We're going to say, okay, we've got these, we're going to investigate them. We've got enough based on, valid concerns, and now we're going to transmit it over at that point. And then there was another piece, I can't remember what you had mentioned. About the records. So when we do request records from, let's say, the subject, and obviously a lot of times the complainant is a little more generic. They killed my dog. I went in there, and they don't know exactly what happened. That's why what Jessica said, we have to look at the whole record for that, basically that interaction, the months preceding it or after it, and then they'll come up with the violations. But the other records, I don't know if you're referring to other records we're getting from, subsequent vets, we're not going to look at those records, kind of as though they're another subject of a complaint. So if they went to see one doctor and then they had to go to the emergency room and the dog ended up dying anyway, we're not, really looking at that unless something sticks out. I think when the experts reviewing it say this is a big deal, this other place also messed up. So, you need to open a complaint against them because they're not the subject of the complaint. So I think only when we're not trying to put, just have tunnel vision when it comes to this. I think we want to be agile when it comes to things, but as much as we can while protecting consumers, I think that we're not going, oh, let's look over here and let's look over there and find things. I think same thing when it comes to when we're doing inspections and we're pulling records. We're not, saying, oh, well, let's look through all these things and figure out if the standard of care here or there and the other thing is happening. We're looking at kind of the minimums that are requirements based on, the inspection checklist. So, we're not trying to add as much as possible, but we also don't want to turn a blind eye to something that's right there and it would be a direct threat to consumers. So we're trying to, I think, toe the line when it comes to that.
Another thing we're doing is I recently met with the Senior Assistant Attorney General. Was that Monday? Every day is the same. I met with him and to talk about our backlog and ways we can work together to streamline this process, especially once it gets to the discipline level. And I'll be continuing to meet with him monthly on ways we can improve and the status of our cases when they're at the Attorney General's office. So hopefully that'll help as well.
And I just wanted to kind of share and clarify with the SV records, those are important for the SME to look at because sometimes what happens at that emergency facility will help substantiate whatever the allegation was. So we do look at those. I just wanted to make that clear in case it got confused that we didn't look at them at all. But like Rob said, we're not going to move forward with there was violations by that ER doctor unless they were something egregious that we felt like needed to be moved forward on. Otherwise, we're just looking at those records to see if it substantiates the issues or the negligence that may have happened. And then I also wanted to add something to your question earlier, Dr. Solicito, when you asked about the timeline of these reviews. With these reviews with the SMEs, we do have to remember that most of them are full-time veterinarians, so their availability can vary. So we don't always have every SME readily available to take a review. And that's why sometimes it could be a week or two for a review. Sometimes it could be 30 days. Sometimes they do ask for an extension if something happens in their life on top of their work schedule and they can't get to it. So that can kind of vary our timelines on when we get those back.
Since everyone else is jumping in, I just kind of want to too. To Rob and Ashley, I think's point a little bit and I think we kind of mentioned it maybe, but just to clarify, like we go out for an inspection, maybe it's a complaint related inspection where say like someone filed a complaint and said the place is disgusting, for lack of a better word. One of our processes has been, we'll pull random patient records all out there. And what they were kind of mentioned is in the past, the SMEs, when they looked at those, they'd see like, oh, this patient that's not related to any complaint or anything like that, the doctor didn't do a physical examination. So we'd like follow up on that and look into that patient. But since now I think now we're feeling more like since we don't have any like thing that fomented that investigation. Like there's no consumer complaint that for all we know, that dog's healthy, the person's happy with the care they provided. Why are we going after that veterinarian now? So I think that's kind of like one of the things where he said, maybe that's just like overstepping a bit. And we just were looking at like, did they meet the minimum requirements of medical record keeping? Because that's what we're really there to see.
Well, that's helpful. That's kind of what I was talking about, because I've seen that a lot throughout, in the stipulated settlements. Oh, and this is a record and it's, listed. Now, I will say that that does help build a case when there's often things that aren't like provable, but clearly happened, and showing a pattern there, it has been helpful. So it's hard, right? But that's what I was talking about with the extra records. Oh boy, I had another question, but that's fine. I like I said, I know you guys are working really hard, and it's not about that. It's just how do we continue to keep, like it's still not what we want, right? And I just don't know what to do to help not have these things happen, like take 5 years to like knowing that certain individuals are still out there while this is just waiting for, it's not even in queue for a medical record, an SME yet, because it hasn't gotten there, is just hard,
And that's one of the reasons why I was asking that question is, trying to understand the problem and trying to understand the solutions that are available for us. It's like trying to figure out, are we continuously placing a square peg in a round hole kind of thing, right? So I am thinking, that's why I also talking to Dr. Maniak, maybe if the SME part is significant, because my thought really is we have no control about people filing complaints, because people will do that, even if it's because of personal issues, their frustration with life, frustration with economy or whatever. It can translate easily to a visit to the vet and they're not happy and now you have a complaint. And even if it's going to be unsubstantiated, it's going to be processed. It's going to be in the queue. So for me, that is something that we have no control over. What we have control over are the solutions that we're providing. And I know our team is working very hard. Definitely, we could use additional staff, additional analysts, right? But that's not what we have. And that's why I'm thinking maybe with the SME portion, if that is something that we all could help, trying to recruit more veterinarians to be engaged. And on the other side of it, maybe doing outreach for veterinarians to be SMEs would also open up their understanding of what the board is up against and what the board is doing, with the conditions that we have. But that's it. But I think you guys are doing amazing. Looking at the numbers, it may look like that. I mean, it's just the term that we use in shelter medicine is stuff like you gotta turn off the tap, right? Because if it keeps flowing, you are not gonna have any. No matter what you do, you always feel like you're drowning. So, Matt, do you have something?
I think, what I'm most interested in looking to see is how do we reduce the amount of time you guys spend with the frivolous ones and minimizing that, so that the really important big cases are not extended because of the amount of time you guys spend on ones that are frivolous.
So I think the biggest way that has helped is the consultant reviews, because they're the ones who look at those cases and say like, no, this is not an issue. This doesn't need to go to a subject matter expert, or these do need to be referred for a subject matter expert. So just looking at what they reviewed They had from February to April of 2025, they had 121 reviews. Only 46 of those were referred to a subject matter expert. The others were resolved in other ways, whether it was no violation or an educational letter. They've been resolved at a lower level. So I think that number alone can show you how much it's improved. And so I think it's working. It's a recent change. And so it's going to take time because we have the other ones who hadn't gone through that process.
And I know that we've talked about experts, and I know that you're all gonna hopefully try and send some our way, because I think we do have a lot of contracted experts. We might have more than we've had before, but as far as actual active experts, we've never had less that are actually available to take cases. So we have people on paper, and it looks like we've got, I wouldn't even say a decent pool of experts for the amount of complaints that we have. I think we need a lot more, at least to get through the backlog. I think that would be helpful. And then obviously, I think what we have right now, we'd be able to maintain parity with the complaints that we're getting. If we had 0 pending, I think the amount of experts we have, the amount of analysts we have, intake, I think everything's perfect. It's just getting rid of that backlog that we have. So I think if we had, even if it was temporary, a bunch of experts that were active and available to get through the backlog, I think, in my opinion, I think that'd be a huge benefit. Obviously, I think Jessica hit the nail on the head when it comes to what Dr. Minyak was saying about kind of filtering those cases where it's like, hey, does this need to go to an expert, and just acting like they're sorting it through. I think that's been hugely helpful. So perhaps, having another couple of consultants would be helpful as well. I think that's the consultant, it's a huge responsibility because they're determining it right then. So I think maybe we'll look at that possibility, but I think definitely having more active experts would help, since we only have on this report 21. And so that's just, in the whole time I've been tracking it, that's the least amount that we've had.
Yeah, if we could get more consultants, I think that would be a good start, because 140 or whatever in so many months out of 4,000 or so complaints it's a drop in the bucket relative to it's helping, but it's still a drop in the bucket. What I forgot to ask, and I am sorry, I don't know the details of the sunset in and out and whether it was passed, but the ability of you to of bypassing the AG and offering stipulated settlements, was that?
That is included.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, any more comments, concerns? Okay, I guess we're ready to move on to the next item. Thank you very much, Ashley and
Thank you.
Rob.
Thank you.
Now we
Thanks, you
move on
guys.
to
You're always-
outreach, which would be Justin. There you go.
Okay, agenda item 17D, outreach report. Some of these items have been reported on, so I'll try not to be redundant. The first item on page 1, it was already mentioned that on May 6th, the board had a Cures webinar. We informed our email subscribers on April 24th and May 2nd about the webinar. We also posted announcements on our website and our social media platforms in April and early May. I think it was already reported that we had approximately 510 individuals who participated in the webinar, and the board issued continuing education certificates to eligible participants. The webinar video was also posted on the board's website in early June. On May 5th, we distributed a monthly update to our email subscribers, informing them about business and actions conducted at the April 2025 meeting, MDC and board meetings. Again, information about the May 6th Cures webinar, recruitment, inspector and SME recruitment announcements, and future meetings were also included in that update. It was also reported that on May 5th, the board presented to the UC Davis School of Veterinary Medicine students. Students received an overview of the board, its consumer protection mission, and how it fulfills that mission through licensing and regulating the veterinary profession. In SME recruitment, we've been talking about that. On May 5th and June 5th, the board distributed information again to its email subscribers requesting that interested veterinarians apply to serve as SMEs for the board's enforcement program. Also, inspector recruitment. We've sent out announcements, multiple announcements to our email subscribers requesting that interested individuals apply to serve as inspectors for the board. The next item, the board logo redesign. In April, the board approved a redesign of its logo due to the agency name change that took place January 1st. So in April and May, the board approved logo was added to our website, our social media platforms, letterhead, staff email signature blocks, etc. The 2025 Practice Act, hopefully you all received a copy today. On May 29th, the board announced that the 2025 edition was available on the board's website. It was also informed, or our subscribers were informed that the printed version of the Practice Act is available through or for purchase through LexisNexis. It was also reported that on June 26th and 27th, the board's president, Dr. Solicito, and Ms. Sieferman attended CVMA's Board of Governors and Joint House Delegates meeting and presented updates regarding board activities. On June 5th, the board distributed another monthly update to its email subscribers, informing them about the UC Davis presentation, the May 6th Cures webinar, and that the link to the webinar video is available on the board website. We also mentioned the renewal postcards, again included inspector and SME recruitment information and future meeting dates. And then a couple of updates regarding strategic plan objectives. Website updates, strategic plan objective 1.4. Since early 2025, board management and respective team members have been auditing the website to identify outdated content, potential updates, and other improvements. One noted update was the redesign of the meetings page, which allows visitors to more easily navigate between current year meetings, past meetings, and future meetings. Website updates requiring legal review are being reviewed by board counsel. And moving forward, staff will conduct regular spot checks to ensure that the website continues to remain up to date. And I guess we're always welcome to be informed about any other updates or corrections or anything that board members see. Please share that information with us, either with me directly or any board contact. Strategic Plan Objective 5.6, tools and education resources regarding treatment options available in veterinary medicine. Since April 2025, the MDC's Outreach Subcommittee has explored various outreach options, including outreach to veterinary schools, adding to school presentations, disseminating stakeholder materials, writing a board article, and participating in spectrum of care discussions. Spectrum of care is also regularly discussed during SME roundtables in relation to the minimum standard of care. The outreach subcommittee met with schools to identify existing efforts and areas for development. Schools are reviewing their curriculum to determine where more emphasis on the standard of care could be added. The subcommittee and schools also agreed that adding slides to the board's student presentations would be beneficial. The subcommittee provided input on a spectrum of care article for the Journal of the American Veterinary Medical Association, and a dedicated spectrum of care article is also being developed. And I guess I'll ask Jessica, do you have any other updates on that last item? No? Okay, so that concludes the report, unless there are any questions.
Does anybody have any comments with regards to our outreach update? No? I guess that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now we move on to the last item for the strategic plan. Matt.
Okay, just a few things for you on the strategic plan. Basically, the major update is as of June 20th, 2025, the staff's completed 59% of the objectives and 77% of the tasks. We were still continuing to prioritize completing tasks by the target completion dates identified in the strategic plan objective tracker. One thing I did want to point out is since the last update, two of the objectives, 2.3.1 and 3.4.5, the target completion dates have been revised they're due to circumstances outside the board's control, such as the availability of another office or agency. Revised target completion dates are identified with dates in red text. And that's, kind of it for that. Questions about the strategic plan or comments?
Oh, I was just reading it and I'm like, oh, wow, all this green stuff.
Yeah, I like to point out that we're 2.5 years to go and we're over 59% done. So I feel like, we're going to probably be done a little bit early and ready for more.
Knock on wood.
Oh, not ready for more.
But no, great job. I was just looking at all the greens and I'm like, wow, this is amazing. Anybody else has any comment with regard to the strategic plan? No, I guess it's all good. So now we would open up agenda item number 17, 17A, B, C, D, and E for public comment. Nobody in the room. So moderator, can you please open up the agenda for public comment for folks online?
This is the moderator for members of the public on WebEx. If you would like to make a comment on this item, please click the raise hand icon, or if you're an audio only participant, you can raise your hand by pressing *3 on your device. All right, and it appears there are no requests for public comment at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I don't know, I want to ask the board members. Do you guys want to continue to close session? No. Or you want to call it a day?
Are we planning on finishing closed session today?
No, just one or two items.
You could do a couple items. One of the items will be held for tomorrow, but two of them can be discussed today.
Okay.
And you can do it based on time. So you can start one and then cut it off at 5 and see what you can get through.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just work till 5.
Okay.
Okay.
So just so the public is aware too, we'll convene now for closed session for agenda items 20 through 22. And then we'll open up we'll during closed session, open up open session,
What I would recommend
recessing.
is the board can recess open session now
Okay.
and then reconvene open session tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and then convene closed session probably after a break. And then get through as much as you can. And then that's it.
Okay. We'll close it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, so however Tara said it, that's what we're going to do.
Recess open until tomorrow at 9.
Recess,
Open session
open session, and we
until
will-
tomorrow at 9.
until tomorrow at 9, and we will convene the closed session immediately after. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.